Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. If you missed the first part of this stream, I did it like last week, and you just missed me shouting and ranting for 5 hours into the very darkest hours of night. I was up till like, I guess it would have been like 4 a.m. Eastern. I don't know. I started late and I ended late, and I went for a while because it was a subject I'm passionate about, shitty film criticism, and we really only got around to watching 2 people last time, and I was planning on putting up a clip of what we watched last time between that stream and this one, but I realized that I still have more to talk about from both of those guys, so we're gonna start by rounding off what we didn't talk about last week. Excuse me. We got some shitty comedy skits from Cinematic Venom, and we got a follow-up to the worst video I've ever seen from that other guy. So that's gonna be fun. This is gonna be one of them ranting, raving psycho streams. And if we have time, we're gonna look at some other stuff as well. I believe it or not, I have like 3 other channels planned, but I'm just so drawn to these 2 in particular. But yeah, it might wind up being a part 3 stream, who knows, but at the very least, I've been looking forward for a while to seeing this guy's, if you were here for the last time we did this, there was a guy who had some really bad opinions about, online critics, and how, like, nothing they say is relevant or something. I don't know, it was very hard to actually comprehend, because he was just a little too intellectual for us, but he's got a follow-up to that video where he apparently shits on Mr. Plinkett and I Hate Everything. So I think that should be kind of fun, as I'm a fan of both of those series slash channels. How you guys doing, chat? Take a look at things here. CinemaSins, CinemaSins is like the mecca of shitty film criticism, but I don't know. There's nothing fun about making fun of CinemaSins. They're like the Watch Mojo of criticism. This is definitely my cup of tea. Well, welcome to the stream, friend. As I say, you may have missed the last time when we talked about these chums, but if you missed the first stream, consider this an advanced screening of the clip that you'll watch that contains the first stream. Because as I said before, I was gonna put up clips of the stuff that I looked at in the part 1 of this stream, but I decided not to because I wanted to also include what we'll be looking at today. So without any further ado, turn off the music here. We've been listening to some Uncle. The first song was Follow Me Down, from the 2011 or 2010 album, Where Did the Night Fall. It's a pretty good album. I don't know what the deal is with Uncle. I don't think they've done anything in a while, but they're a strange band that started with DJ Shadow, and then like I think he left, and I don't know what their deal is, but they've got like ties to Queens of the Stone Age and stuff, so I don't know. They're pretty cool. But we're gonna get started here, and let me take a look. Oh, here we go. Cinematic Venom once again. Now, if you weren't here for the last time that we looked at this, Cinematic Venom made a 2.5-hour documentary about his own life and all of the terrible mistakes that he's made therein. And you think this is like probably a joke or something, like, oh, this is like a meme. Oh, it's like a mockumentary about his own. No, it's just an autobiography about himself, and it's wildly embarrassing, to put it in the nicest possible terms. But we also took a look at his legendarily terrible review of the Lord of the Rings series of movies, the movies in particular, in which he claims that, I mean, I don't know, he claims that Frodo's too effeminate. He claims that, I don't know, I can't even put into words. I guess his biggest complaint was just that it was kind of too generic. That was seemed to be his biggest complaint, was like, oh, Gandalf and Gimli and all of them are just generic fantasy characters, and the whole time I was just like, yeah, but this is what made those characters generic, you fucking buffoon. So, we already covered his shitty criticism and his shitty documentary about himself, or biopic, or whatever you want to call it. But the one last thing I would like to look at, I'm sure he has plenty of other reviews that are terrible, but the one last thing I'd really like to look at here is called Venom Manor, and I'm sure all of these are great, but this is the one that I saw anyway, Venom Manor, which appears to just be, how best do I describe this? This appears to just be the works of Fena, but less talented. If you remember Fena, he had that series where he, like, lived in an apartment with all of his weirdo furry creations, and he was like the straight man, and it was like this odd couple situation where he was like bouncing off of all of his wacky furry characters, his wacky CG creatures. Imagine that, but with him in. Imagine that, but with somebody less funny and talented than Fena. And that's saying something. Less funny and talented than Fena in every role, and it's about the saddest Nostalgia Critic tier skit that you've ever seen. Let's watch. Before we get into this, I would like to say I did directly just compare it to the Nostalgia Critic, and the reason for that is I mean, it's very similar in terms of like the kinds of skits that he would have in his videos, but the difference there is you see something like this, what we're about to see in like a Linkara video or something, at least they have people watching. This video has 500 views, so let's get into it. God. This is like the word emaciated comes to mind. This is like when an actor transforms themselves for a movie. Like, oh wow, Christian Bale, I can't believe you lost 78 pounds and made yourself look like a mong. This posture too. Oh, boy. I hate to bully. You know, I hate to bully. You know me. Oh yeah, Whitey G. Wigger, man. That's of course the name of this character. Very good name. Reginald Twoworthy. I don't know if this guy is particularly Twoworthy. I haven't decided yet. Now he's got his son in his videos. I don't know why he's made his child, his actual real-life child, a part of his videos, but there's something kind of creepy about that. I don't know. Chandler Canterbury. Here we go. Here's the 90s Image Comics character. So I can see this character's joke is that they're old. I gotcha. Have we got to the really good character yet? Ah, here's the nerd character. The joke with him is that he's a nerd. Where's the really good character? Just Incompetent. Here he is. This isn't even the guy. This is just another one of them. Look at all these color. Ah, here he is, everybody! Percy Longstockings in the fucking flesh. So, now, those of you who watch this channel know that I'm not one to be like, oh my god, that's offensive! But, This man's entire joke is just that he is an effeminate gay man. And I guess that's funny. I guess that's the joke. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like, you know, you got a character like that. You may want to give them more to their personality than just literally just being a prancing fucking la-la whoopsie boy. I don't know if you guys can tell, but the joke is that this man chooses to love other men. And that's funny. Motherfucker's got iron brew in his fridge. God damn. So it took us 2.5 minutes just to get through the fucking introduction of all of his shitty characters.
Hello, are you Mr. Rob Bohr?
Yeah, can I help you?
Yeah, there's been a few complaints in the neighborhood.
I'm getting some big Onision energy when he puts on the fucking wigs. This is just like that. This is just like the Onision.
Complaints about you.
What are you talking about?
Noise, Mr. Bohr. Complaints about noise.
What do you mean, what noise?
Well, apparently there's too many people living under this roof.
How many?
Well, according to our notes, 9, including yourself and your son, Eric, is it?
Yeah, okay, so what happens now?
It's considered unsanitary for this many people to be living under one roof, especially...
Well, imagine this. Imagine chat trying to fucking... during all of this, they're focusing on the fact that I said the word chooses. Incredible.
Around a child.
Welcome to fucking YouTube.
Some of them are gonna have to find a different place to live, otherwise we'll be forced to evict all of you. Hey guys, can everyone gather around? We need a house meeting like now.
Can we get all of the shitty characters into one nice
Oh, I just
photo?
love house meetings!
The joke is that he's gay. A big, effeminate gay.
Is everyone here?
That's
Well,
the
I
joke.
believe so. Okay guys, look, the guy at the door was from the council.
Oh, dog, it's about time to get my benefits sorted, man. They'll be fucking on my benefits for better long, man. The fucking batty boy council bell ends.
Is a shitty Alley A playing shitty Alley G?
Better gay.
Hey guys, look, this is serious, okay?
Yeah. I know it's serious, that's why I'm not laughing.
You're gonna have to move out.
What?
I know, it sucks, but now that I'm not doing Cinematic Venom anymore, I'm not getting that much money in. So I just can't
This
afford...
guy literally, with his like 10,000 subs or whatever, tried to pull like a nostalgia critic. Oh, I'm canceling the critic, everybody. It's over. He really do be trying to do that.
support all of you guys. And the guy at the council said that there's too many people living here anyway. Now just wait one moment. Are you telling one that... Yes, Eugene. You're all gonna have to get a job.
You know, I made the joke last time in the last stream. I made the joke that where is it? Where do we find it? In the last stream, I made the joke that his son here would probably wind up finding some level of self-awareness about this before the dad does. And by the time this kid's like 9, he's gonna be like, Dad, I don't want to be in your stupid videos anymore. They're awful. This is the Sarah Jessica Parker scene from Ed Wood. These movies are terrible! Basically that. I'm just imagining the kid is gonna wind up like that, and the dad's gonna be like, "Oh, what's the problem, mate? I don't understand. I thought we had a good thing going, mate. Yeah, mate, yeah."
The council said that there's too many people living here anyway. Now just wait one moment. Are you telling one...
Yeah, you need a job. Wow, I hate all of these characters already, genuinely. Like, here's...
So how do they take it?
Here's the wife.
Better than I thought.
So do you think they're actually going to get a job?
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna make...
Oh, I love these shots of the wife. It's almost like she didn't even want to be involved. The first shot I can't imagine, Chad. It's almost like she didn't want to be here. Oh, it's crazy. The first shot, she's, like, completely out of focus.
So how do they take it?
And then the moment it finds focus on her face, we cut away.
Better than I thought.
So,
And now we see her
do you think that
like in motion.
actually gonna get a job?
Motion blurred, walking over to the table, and the moment she sits down and we might be able to see her face, we cut away once again. We can't let anybody at the realty company or wherever this lady works, we can't let her know that, we can't let them know she was involved in
Make
this.
sure they do.
So, why did you end Cinematic Venom again?
I just seemed like it ran its course, and I can't stand movie reviews anymore. I find them boring.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. It wasn't a conscious choice. It was just terrible. That's all it was.
Boring and repetitive. And
So he's explaining now why he ended his film review series.
So, why did you end Cinematic Venom again?
I just seemed like it ran its course, and I can't stand movie reviews anymore. I find them boring and repetitive. And YouTube's been cracking down on copyright anyway. It just doesn't seem beneficial anymore.
So in other words, the moment EFAT made fun of your awful opinions about Lord of the Rings, you decided to skedaddle out of there?
Well, hope everything works out for you then.
Thanks.
So, when are they actually gonna start looking for work?
So let me get this straight. The conceit of this episode is he's making all of his characters look for work, but he's just gonna continue fucking coasting on his ass, alright?
They've got some interviews today.
Okay then, name.
He wrangled multiple women to this. I feel so sorry for them.
Arthur McCollins!
And date of birth, please.
January 1st! 1806!
The joke is he's old. Wow, look at the reaction on her. I can't believe I've been snoggered again by this mum. Oh, gee, you golly gobshite. I can't believe you swindle-dude me again with this highbrow, high-tier, high-concept comedy. He's old! I get it! I get the
What
joke!
social skills do you believe
I understood that reference.
you can bring to this role?
I can jump with my testicles.
And now make way for the character whose joke, once again, is just that he likes men.
That's not really what we're looking for. Moving on.
I can beat John Travolta in a dance-off in under 90 seconds.
Okay, I think I've heard enough.
I can rearrange the entire wardrobe of the cast of Are You Being Served blindfolded.
Literally
You
one
please
joke.
leave.
I can recite every song from Moulin Rouge.
Oh, you play an instrument?
With my penis.
Security! Okay then.
Literally one joke. It's like a Jeff Dunham puppet came to life. It's incredible.
Name.
John McCanterbury.
What was that?
What was what?
That noise.
What noise?
That noise just then.
I didn't hear a noise just then.
Okay, I quit. This is driving me insane. So why don't we watch something truly awful? Let's watch this one's called House Party. And this is a special video because actually, you know, funny enough, he claims that he's ended Cinematic Venom. This was like 5 years ago, actually. So not only did he pull a Nostalgia Critic and pretend to end his thing and move on to other shit as if anybody cared. Again, think about how pathetic Nostalgia Critic was when he was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna end my fucking character because I'm just such a big dick daddy. I've transcended beyond it. He literally made a movie about how fucking he didn't need to review movies anymore or whatever the fuck. And then within like a year, he came back to it. Cinematic Venom did the same thing. You know, it's incredible. He really is following in his the footsteps of those who influenced him. But yeah, 2015, he posted this. And then, like, 5 years later, at some point, he decided to start reviewing movies again, and, since then, he's again stopped. So, I was technically right, but I got the timeline a little wrong. He has since quit reviewing movies again, but, it just took, this was his second run. The comic book got canceled in the 80s, but they brought him back in the 90s for a second run, and that's what we were seeing. But I'd like to share with you House Party, and this is, oh, here he is again. I can see that after several episodes, the joke has not changed. This is House Party, and there's something interesting about this because he has another lady show up to be his token girl in this, and there's some interesting stuff we'll learn about that lady as we proceed, but
A6.
What? How did you?
A5, B5, C5, D5, E5, F5, G5, H5,
Someone in chat says they're all balding British men, including his wife. Yeah.
I5, and J5. J2, 3, 4, J6, 7, and J8. I'm Chandler Canterbury.
So the joke is he can cheat at the game, I guess?
Oh, Channy up to his old tricks.
Is that
Hey guys,
funny?
so I've been...
Did anybody... I would love to take a legit poll. I would love to fucking... I would love to polygraph test chat right now and be like, did you laugh at that? Did anybody laugh at that? Let's... Like... It's gotta be a sub 1% level. You know, maybe ironic laughter.
Thinking?
I bet your occipital lobe is malfunctioning right about now.
It's time to start
No,
drinking.
seriously, I just think we really need to socialise a bit more.
Why? We hate people!
Yeah, isn't the entire purpose of us being confined to this hellhole to avoid people? Come on, guys, don't you think we need some more friends?
No,
we don't want to do
that.
that.
Stupid
wanting to buy yourself a damn brain. Because we don't want to, who wants to do a party?
Think about how terrible all of these characters are. Now ask yourself if you really want more of them.
Wasn't the entire purpose of our last internet video diary about independence and not requiring others in order to succeed?
Guys, come on, it's just us here, staring at the same nine.
I really feel sorry for this man. Like, all jokes aside, this is just so sad, honestly. He's got his own fucking hoodie made of his logo, and it looks terrible. Like, oh my god, he puts all this effort, like, it's terrible, obviously, but, like, it's still probably the best he can do. He thinks it's great, I'm sure. And he puts all this effort into this, and he's just like, oh, you know, the point of our last video diary, he thinks he's making points. He thinks this is art, chat. I'm not even trying to be rude right now, it's just, I'm flabbergasted.
Faces, day in, day out, don't you want to
So
expand our
depressing.
horizons? No, Bellend! Aren't you sick of each other?
You're damn right we are!
So isn't the best solution to socialise and get to know more people?
That actually makes sense.
Well, this motherfucker's wearing a Minions hat, so I already want to...
No one asked you, you dumbass! Stupid hat, what are you doing?
See,
Rob's
that's me.
right.
Finally a character that I can identify with. Also, I'd like to point out...
Stupid hat, what are you doing?
Rob's right!
I'd like to point out he's got multiple Hitman games on his shelf over here, so I see that he's... I see that he actually is working on the Agent 47 look, so that's good. It's not just happening by mistake.
We need more friends! The more the pursier! Exactly! So tonight we're throwing a house party for a few people.
What? I can't
You
stand
cannot
this.
be sincere.
I am! We're gonna have a nice quiet gathering tonight with a few people, we're gonna get to know them, and we're gonna have some fun. Ooh, I can't wait!
This is gonna be a
You know, I'm a real big fan of his, like, one thing he has on the wall here, which of course is a Harley Quinn fat picture, and there's, like, medals? What the fuck is this? Like, 4th place medals or something? What did he win these medals for? Did he buy these from a thrift store? What the fuck is this?
To know them, and we're gonna have some fun. Ooh, I can't wait!
This is gonna be a disaster.
Okay, fine! But I'm gonna complain the entire time and I'm not gonna like it!
Same.
They're gonna be here any minute, so if you want to get some food from that cupboard.
Stop including your child in this.
Okay.
The kid probably thinks this is fun now, but at some point in the future, he's gonna realize, holy shit, my dad really included me in this, like, I would call this a midlife crisis, but according to his biopic that he made about himself, this has just been his entire life crisis.
I'm very excited.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that must be them now. Quick! Don't forget the crisps.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Why? It'll be fun!
Oh my
We've never
God.
even met these people. They could be anybody.
And here we meet the other token girl, that will be showing up in this video. I don't know, maybe something happened to the other chick? The lady that was in his first video, that name withheld upon request, that lady. I don't know, because we'll learn that this girl did not have a very good working experience with cinematic Venom, to say the least.
Who the hell are you, demon woman?
It's Demon Woman. Not the first time I've been called that.
Guys, it's Zara.
Hi! Lovely weather we're having.
Well, even she is not appreciating this character's presence, and she's scripted to be there.
What's your favorite kind of butterfly?
Guys, I think I get it. The joke is not just that he's gay, but also that he's really annoying. And so any criticisms we have about how fucking annoying this fucking character is, they're just invalid, frankly, because clearly that was the point, and we're all just dumbwads, dumbheads.
Dead.
Dead cute, they sure are. You ever played Tiddlywinks?
I'm a roller coaster! Oh my god, there's so many people! And they all look the same!
So do you two!
Except you! You're old.
Okay, you know, I don't even really think we need to watch much more of this. This is one of those things where it's just draining the life out of me, but I do want to show this, shut up. I do want to show this, the downfall of cinematic Venom once again, because, where in the thing, it's, what the hell? A new pinned thing? What the fuck? What happened to the old pinned thing? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know where the thing is in the video when you... Is it in here? No, it's not. Guys, he updated this video in the last 2 days with a full response to EFAP. I don't think they've talked about him in, like, a long time. I did, but he got rid of the fucking guide to, like, the timestamps of where his shit was in this video. But here's this girl. I found it.
During this time, I became friends with a YouTuber called Naomi Sanders. Now, 2 months ago, Naomi came out to speak about her experience and claimed that I verbally abused her.
I'm done running and hiding away every time I see your face, every time I see something connected to you, every time I see someone that even
Not saying a lot from this girl.
remotely knows you.
Not a bully stream, we're just making jokes.
Because I'm scared that they will tell you something about me and you will spread that as lies. And twist it in a way to make it fit your narrative. Because you emotionally and mentally abused me during our friendship in 2018, and you still continue to do so when you made a diss track about me, when you used fake...
Yeah, that's another thing to remember, chat. This man seems to make, like, unironically make, like diss tracks about anyone in his life that wrongs him. He's like a Spider-Man villain, except really lame. So he's like a Spider-Man villain, and he just makes like, oh, I'll show you, I'll come back with the hippest, illest diss track you've ever seen! And, it's quite something.
Has sorted me out a lot.
You have loved me when I couldn't love myself. You picked up me when I wanted to give up the help. What I'm trying to say is they don't understand my ways, but you're the reason that I am the man I am today.
And I want to
Well, that's, you know, nobody deserves to be insulted that gravely.
illness and how it's damaged about me, when you used fake accounts to message me and call me ugly. I am done, Robert Bohr, Cinematic Venom. You cannot make
He made, like, fucking fake accounts to call her ugly? What is this?
me hide from you anymore.
I don't even know if I believe this, because that sounds so dumb, but, like, we just heard him rapping, so, I mean, I don't know.
You are a horrible, horrible person.
Horrible.
You do all these things, and then when it comes back to you, you claim mental illness and how it's damaging to you. Do you see what you do is damaging to everyone that you know?
Naomi met me through Change the Channel, and we quickly became friends.
Yeah, and you apparently did to her what you usually do with your friend. Well, you know, actually, let's keep watching.
She had friends who used to be on Channel Awesome, so she was quite, you know, close with Change the Channel. You know, we started talking, and she joined the infamous...
Someone in chat says this is fake. Dude, you don't just make a 2.5 hour documentary about yourself when it's fake. What? No. Even if it was, that's just too much.
Group chat. She was really into movies, really into music, and she said that I had inspired her to get back into YouTube production.
Oh,
and
real inspiration over here. So yeah, he had a falling out with another one of his token girls. I don't know if he made a diss track about her, but I would like to see. Oh god. Let's take a look at this. So this is a response. Oh my god, it's an hour-long response on his side channel. What the fuck? I think this came out before I did my review. What the fuck? I mean, review. Stream. It came out before I did my fucking stream. So he had this in the works, like, before I even wow. So this is completely unrelated to... I figured he just got some, like, people commenting on his videos or whatever, and he was like, oh, it's from EFAP again. And he didn't realize that maybe it was, like, some idiots from my stream who apparently want to go and, like, hound... You know, I don't think I need to tell you people that what's the nicest way to put this? I overestimate chat's intelligence sometimes. That's the nicest way I can think to put it. And I assume that chat is not filled with a bunch of fucking laughing hyenas from the Lion King who are gonna come along and just, like, ah, your video sucks on someone's comments. Like, that's not really what we do around here, but, you know, I accept that there's always gonna be a couple dummies who do that. But, yeah, this seems to be completely unrelated. I guess he just had some resurgence in popularity, I guess, of the EFAP stream. I don't know. Let's watch.
It is the
Why did it take him a year to respond to it?
video you've all been waiting for and probably by this point don't give a shit about. Woo!
Why, you know, okay, listen, you're only allowed a certain semblance of self-awareness. But when you, no, just no.
Woo, we're finally here.
Everything about this is just pain.
So, I'm gonna give you a quick
He's
recap.
even got a fake cutie pie style chair.
If you somehow
And he's got a shirt that says Daddy. I just noticed that now.
missed all of this. So, I did a review of Lord of the Rings in March 2017.
Oh my god, it was like 4 years ago. What the fuck, guy?
I dropped it. I had about 600 subscribers at that point. People liked it. Years go by.
Wait a second. You're telling me that in 2017, you had about 600 subscribers? And here I came along thinking that he had, like, at least a few thousand when he decided to, oh, guys, I'm gonna end Cinematic Venom, guys. I know you guys don't want me to, and there's so many fans who are asking me not to, but I'm gonna end, like, no, he just had, like, a couple hundred people. Like, probably watching him ironically. Probably most of those fucking couple hundred people started following him, like, 10 years ago or something.
And I improve. When I did this review, I didn't really know much about movies. And I was still getting my footing with the video style that I was doing. You know, you never really looked back, never really questioned it. Then we get to 2020, the wonderful year. I was having a really bad weekend, and then I was informed that I was featured on a live stream. They have a lot more subscribers, hundreds and thousands of subscribers. They featured my review on there, where they streamed for like 7 or 9 hours or something, and they proceeded to rip it a new one, to the point I got a lot of hate on that video, mass dislikes, mass negative comments, and
I love the concept that, like, oh yeah, they made so much fun of my video, so everybody started disliking it. It's like, no, they found your video, and then independently of anything they did, people saw what you had to say in your video and thought, wow, this was really stupid. And they wouldn't have noticed how stupid the things you said were before they saw that stream. But yeah, I always hear that from people when they're like, oh yeah, you know, everything was great, and then so-and-so found my channel, and then it's like, no, so-and-so showed people, they shined a spotlight on your channel, and people were just like drawn to your own antics.
it bothered me. I did tweet about it and was a little bitch. I can't even front. I handled it poorly. I was going through a bad time, and I took these words on the internet too seriously and cried and was like, they're bullying me and all this stuff, and it was all very, very dramatic. If you're on the internet, you talk shit, you gotta take it as well. You can dish it out, you gotta take it.
Well, you know what? That's a very adult mindset, and I'm glad that he at least feels that way now, because, you know, that's something that we can agree on. If you want to make fun of, I don't know, the video where I played One Winged Angel on my keyboard or something, if you want to make fun of that, you could do that. So it's like, it's fine. But I just, yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of people that don't have that philosophy. So hearing somebody say, you know, you dish it out, you gotta be able to take it. You know, one respect point earned, you know.
So there we go. I wanted to do this video to just address it because I haven't watched this review since it dropped. So I haven't watched this in 4 years, and I'm going to respond to the criticisms. But I'm not alone. I am here with Simone here, who is a Lord of the Rings fan.
Hello.
And if I remember correctly, you left a comment on that review at the time calling it the greatest review.
Oh my god, what is this?
Online.
He got some guy from 3 years ago to come do this video with him. Oh my god.
Well, look.
Look,
Okay,
look.
okay? I've evolved.
He was 14 at the time. Yeah, he's evolved now. He's still underage, but now he's apparently not evolved enough to stop watching this guy, but that's fine.
Oh, so you think the review's shit?
Hello, Bear. Welcome to the stream.
No, I didn't say that either.
Okay, we're gonna get in.
Bear, if you're just catching up, he's responded to the EFAP stream, which just happened to be like a couple days before I did my stream about this, but that's just some wild timing right there. But yeah, in this response that happened like a year after they did their stream about it, he's brought in some guy who commented on his fucking video like 4 years ago when it came out.
To this, right? I want to see what all the fuss is about. Let's see how bad this is.
I'm counting on you.
And for what? To unsubscribe?
Yeah, should we address the hole in the wall?
Look, yeah. The personal insults are mostly based on facts. Like, I can't be mad at saying I've got yellow teeth and saying, you know, making fun of a hole in the wall. They're facts. I have yellow teeth, there's a hole in the wall. Like, I can't be mad at that because it's...
Well, listen, I have a hole in my wall because I, too, don't have a fucking door stopper, and I wound up opening my door a little too hard like 5 years ago. And yada yada yada, now I'm desperately looking for a new apartment, But, you know, I have the good sense at least not to aim the camera at the hole in my wall, you know? Like, you just, I don't know, I guess he's more unfiltered than me, so I can't even front.
I really think people are going to give a shit what I actually have to say.
What do you mean?
I mean, I haven't even started the review yet. Look at that dislike bar.
Yeah, the 42 million people that watch this.
That aged well.
I love Lord of the Rings. My parents can't stand it.
Alright, well, listen, I'm sure the rest of this video is also funny, and I'm sure he's got a lot of responses to the things that were said, but I'm good. I'm good. We haven't really. Oh, shut up. We haven't even really started with his fan. We haven't really started looking at terrible film criticism yet, so I would like to get on to that. I would like to move off from cinematic venom. We've had some fun. We've had a good time. But now it's time to return. And again, chat, if you were here last time, you know what we're in for next, and holy shit, someone hold me the fuck back. It's time for more of this guy, Neo Jesus here, who I really liked his video so much. I really liked his last video quite a lot. And you know, I've been looking forward to watching this. As you can see, if you didn't see the last one, he basically had these incredibly smug opinions about how, like, every film critic on the internet doesn't know what they're talking about. YMS is an idiot. He kind of alluded to Red Letter Media not knowing what they're talking about, but he didn't technically say it. But he kept, like, showing shots of them while talking, while he was like, oh, yeah, and there's other people that don't know anything about film. This guy looks like he's, like, 100 pounds soaking wet. He's, like, fucking 15, and he's in his first year of film school. And he's got the most critical and important takes about film critique on the internet. Basically, he was just saying, I don't know, in its purest form, he was saying that, like, it takes a lot of effort to make a movie that's mediocre, and it costs the same amount. So you can't criticize Transformers for doing less with its budget than, like, I don't know, Marriage Story did. I guess it's real. I can't listen. I'm trying to generously describe it in the best way that I can. If you haven't seen it, I implore you, chat, to check out the live clip that I'll probably be putting up tomorrow. Because as I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been wanting to put up live clips of both the Cinematic Venom segment and the segment featuring this guy, but I wanted to actually finish both of those segments, and that's what we're doing now. So let's watch this video. What movie critics don't understand? Oh boy. Come on.
There has to be some reporting in every review. I mean, first of all, you have to play fair with your reader. Here's what I think a movie review should do. The first thing it should do, it should give some notion to the reader of what the movie is about and what it is like. If you play fair with your reader, you can give a movie a bad review and they'll still be able to read that review and know that they would like to go see that movie.
By the way, reminder that Roger Ebert is the brain trust that said that video games can't be art because he played Mario or something. So, you know, proceed with caution here. I don't know, I always hear people holding up Roger Ebert as, like, the fucking pinnacle of film criticism, and I guess he's the most recognizable one, but if there's ever been any critic that proved that you shouldn't listen to everything a critic tells you, it's probably Jay Sherman or this guy.
You shouldn't just, you know, blast it in such a way that the reader would think no reasonable person would ever want to go to this film. You have to give the movie its day in court, too. There has to be something in there that conveys what the experience is like.
So, Gabe, it's you!
So not too long ago, I released a video where I discussed some of my biggest problems with internet movie critics. This video isn't going to be like that video.
No.
This video is for the most part unscripted, and there won't be any fancy editing in the video either.
Oh, thank God, because that was sure obnoxious last time. I can't wait to hear your unscripted thoughts.
I wanted to just have a much more relaxed discussion about the topic.
Sure.
I also just really wanted to test this new Sony F3 that I'm filming this on.
Guys, I have a fucking high-quality film camera because I know movies, okay? I'm really smart and I know a lot about movies, and that's why I have this fancy new camera. None of your opinions matter in comparison to mine.
Well as the new Rode NT.
Okay, maybe I'm reading a little too much into him having a new camera, but you didn't see the last. If you didn't catch the last stream, I'm just listen. Listen, again, I don't condone any kind of harassment to anybody that I ever talk about, but I will say I strongly dislike this man's opinions. That doesn't mean go and tell him that or shit up his comments or whatever. That just means, you know, I'm allowed to have my opinion and he's allowed to have his, and we can all just proceed on our merry way.
Before this recording all the audio. First of all, I'd like to explain my last video and answer some of the questions about why I included certain movie critics and then excluded certain others. Originally, I wanted to do the video without name-dropping anyone at all because, generally speaking, I feel like videos where you discuss other YouTubers and content creators by critiquing them and calling them out by name is generally really sensationalist, and there's not really any right way to do it without coming off as if you're looking for attention.
Well, that sure is how it came off, but more so it came off as, like, pretty smug in general. I mean, it seemed more smug probably because you said what you're, like, who you were talking about, and I could directly compare it as, like, a viewer of those channels and be like, well, no, this critique is not valid, this one's stupid, no, this is just completely wrong. So it might have actually been better if he had just not named any names, and then I could have just been like, oh, who's he talking about? Oh, I don't know, maybe there's some guy out there who does these stupid things. But when he directly says, oh, Adam from YMS does this, this, and this, and I'm like, no, I saw that video before a couple times, and that's not true. It's like, I don't know. Kind of undercuts your point.
But I eventually realized that if I didn't specifically state who the people that were suffering from the problems that I talked about actually...
Suffering from the problems. You know, guys, I just want to help educate you. I just really hope that you can learn to... Wait for it. That's right. Do better. You know, I just hope you can learn to be good allies. Honestly.
I would probably just confuse a lot of people, and I'd get a lot of comments asking me if I was talking about X movie reviewer or Y movie reviewer.
Oh, I think some people in chat are aware of something else. There's another stream planned soon, boys. A new villain enters our a returning villain from our past rogues gallery has been unmasked for once and for all, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of that with you guys, but that's a tale for another stream.
So I just ultimately decided that it would be best to just come right out and speak my mind. Unfortunately, though, I still got a lot of comments from people asking me what my opinions on certain critics that I didn't include in the video are, and for the most part, the critics that I didn't include in the video fall into two main categories. There's the people that I wanted to discuss more thoroughly than I could have realistically done in this video, in which case those critics will get their own individual video somewhere along the line, and then there's the people that I just really didn't have that much to say about. The most popular...
I wonder if he ever did his own individual videos about some of those critics. I'd really like to see it.
The person in this category would be I Hate Everything, who I originally wanted to include in the video, but after going back and watching a lot of his content, I found that the overwhelming majority of it is pretty much just boring, because he tends to only go after low-hanging fruit by only reviewing movies that already have overwhelmingly negative reviews.
Yeah, that's the point of his series. It's called The Search for the Worst. That's not going after low-hanging... Well, yeah, I mean, I guess by definition it is, because that's entertaining, but... What? He's not like a fucking default film reviewer. He started by just making jokes, making videos about everything. And then he was like, oh, well, you know, movies are bad, too. And he started watching shitty movies. God, we're already out the gate with stupid takes. Jesus.
On places like Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb. And personally, I just don't see what's so entertaining about shitting all over a movie that hundreds of people have already shit on before you did. But with that out of the way, I wanted to talk...
Because there's a lot to learn from watching somebody do something terribly wrong, which is why we're all enjoying watching your videos right now, but yeah, there's a lot to learn from that. There's a lot of comedy that can be gleaned from that. I don't know if this man's just never heard of Mystery Science Theater or something, or maybe he thinks they're the death of criticism or something too, but...
More about what I think is the biggest problem with movie critics here on YouTube. After a long year of shitting on movies and shitting on the people that make those movies, cynical movie critics all over YouTube will make a video about their favorite films of the year. Some may even go as far to make a video about their favorite films of all time.
Are we really going to make people liking things a problem now, too?
And while there are subtle differences between everyone's list, a lot of the times you see the same 5 movies on there. And they're usually the films that everyone already praised endlessly at the Academy Awards earlier in the...
That's so incredibly not true. If you've ever listened to YMS talk about the Academy Awards, there's not a lot of respect that goes around. Not a lot of people respect Academy Award choices these days. Sometimes good movies happen to overlap with the things that the Academy decides to give awards to, like fucking Parasite winning Best Picture, but I mean, oh god, this is monumental. Hey, chat, remember last time he critiqued Adam because he didn't like Precious, even though Precious had a good Rotten Tomatoes score and it was well received by critics and the Academy. And now he's complaining that critics like too many movies that are well received by other critics and the Academy. This is an out of season April Fool's joke, isn't it?
Year. The Wolf of Wall Street, The Revenant, Room, Boyhood, Moonlight, all of these made a lot of people's top 10 lists at the end of the year. And while these movies are good, and yes, they may be some of the best films that came out that year, if the title of your video is My Favorite Films of 2019, are you really sharing your favorite movies or just the ones that were good? There's often a lot of...
Maybe he... What? I just, I run out of things to even say, like, no, that's just wrong. I mean, no, I guess it's not wrong, because he phrases it like it's a question, and he's like, oh, but are they, though? Yeah, probably. I don't know. Like, when I listen to fucking Red Letter Media, specifically them, talk about, like, the movies that they really liked in a year, they'll talk about stuff that I've never heard of. Like, oh, Ingrid Goes West. Oh, that's a cool movie. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Oh, nobody ever talked about this, but it's got a good cast and a good premise, and it gets a good score. And it's like, yeah... You get them talking about movies like Psycho Goreman or whatever. No, I'm not sure these are exactly big fucking Hollywood, like, what are you talking about?
Really good movies that come out throughout the year that just don't make it to the level of Oscar-worthy. And
that's right, chat member. You're not allowed to like movies that other people like unless you don't like a movie like Precious that other people like, in which case you're just a cynical, nitpicking liar, I guess.
Never see any internet movie critics even so much as mention a lot of them. And I guess you could make the argument that a lot of movie critics may not have seen these movies or just don't have the same taste as me. But in a sea of internet movie critics, you would think that there would be at least one popular film critic that would have something to say about any of these movies, good, bad, or indifferent.
But that's... they do! They do! Oh my god, Ralph the Movie Maker made a critical video about Joker because he didn't like it, even though everybody else liked it, and it was like his most divisive video ever. Isn't that a good example of how you're wrong? Again, Red Letter Media constantly talks about things that I've never fucking heard of, and then I look them up and it's like, oh yeah, it seems like it's an underrated gem that some people might appreciate. It might not be a great movie, but they talk about something and it's like, oh yeah, it's got this and that problem, but it's got a good idea behind it, or it's got, like, passion behind it or something, and it's like, yeah, it gets like a 5 out of 10 on IMDb, but they're showing it off because they like it. What? Like, maybe he's just... This is the problem, right? Is when he doesn't specifically name names, I'm left to be like, who are you actually criticizing here? Because based on everybody that I can think of, you're wrong. Like, I've seen a few people talk about how much they like the movie Wolfwalkers this year. The unknown little, like, Irish animated movie that basically nobody's fucking heard of because it's on Apple TV or some shit. And I'm pretty sure it's getting... like, no Oscar buzz, or maybe very limited. I mean, obviously, the Oscars are bought and paid for by Disney, so it's like, no, Soul's gonna win. But, I've been seeing, like, I Hate Everything. I saw YMS talk about it. I've seen other people talking about this small, unknown movie what the fuck? Where? Again, maybe he is talking about a specific critic that is guilty of these things, but based on the last video that I saw of his where he named names and most of the things he said were wrong, I'm just left to be like, yeah, maybe he's talking about the people that I watch too. The only one he named so far was I Hate Everything. And from what I remember of his videos, when he does the Search for the Worst, and that's been going for like 6 years now. But he also does more recently the Quest for the Best, where he actually tries to find good movies that he might like. And yeah, I mean, a lot of those aren't like big, you know, super well-known Oscar bait movies. This is just, I feel like he's just creating these arguments like out of thin air, and he's just really good at seeming like he believes them. I don't know.
But sadly, a lot of movies just fly under these people's radars because they're just not the movies that everyone's talking about. And whenever film critics do make a video talking about underrated movies, it's always the same movies over and over again.
And also, what film critics? Because, like, it depends on the film critics. Like Red Letter Media and most of the people I watch, like YMS, most of the other, like, film reviewer people that I watch, none of them are really particularly big fans of Godzilla movies. But if I want to look up something about a Godzilla movie, there's channels that do talk about them. And if, like, you know, I want to see if I want to see reviews about, like, I don't know, Shin Godzilla or whatever, like, some movies just don't appeal to everybody, you know? Like, I'm not upset that YMS or whoever isn't talking about the new Bollywood picture that came out, because it's like, yeah, that's just not the kind of thing they tend to watch.
Drive,
So?
Nightcrawler, Synecdoche, New York, and while all of these...
Synecdoche, New York. Can we just send Adam a clip of him saying Synecdoche, New York, and just be done with this now?
These are great. Drive, Nightcrawler, Synecdoche, New York, and while all of these are great movies, if everyone's calling them underrated, are they really underrated? Sure, Martin Scorsese is an amazing director, but how come whenever he comes out with a new movie, it's always in everybody's end of the year lists? Same thing with Wes Anderson or Quentin Tarantino. Yes, Wolf of Wall Street was...
This guy is so hipster that he doesn't even like the hipster film directors that other hipsters like. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, before the end of this video, he's probably gonna lay on us some fucking... some opinions about Cuties. Oh wait, this came out before Cuties. We gotta check his channel to see what he has to say about Cuties, if anything.
It was an amazing film, but I don't think it was anywhere close to being one of my favorite films of that year, mostly because I have really oddball tastes. And I feel like if more film critics on YouTube were being...
You know, I have really oddball tastes too. You know, nothing makes me happier some nights than just going onto the Criterion website and finding some random old, like, film noir Japanese movie from the fucking 60s about a man with a puffy face who likes to fuck rice. You know, sometimes I'm really into weird shit like that. What does that have to do with anything? A lot of film critics are into weird shit too, like that. What is your point?
Genuine, rather than just agreeing with the majority opinion, I feel like you would see more of their oddball tastes shine through in their reviews, rather than just hearing them regurgitate the same shit over and over again. Now, while it may seem like I'm being harsh here, I don't feel like a lot of movie critics do this for the sake of fitting in. I think it's mostly done because people like Scorsese and Tarantino have been in the industry for over 20 years. I mean, that's longer than a lot of these movie critics have been alive. And Scorsese and Tarantino have very unique styles that have had a lot of impact on filmmaking as a whole. And a lot of new directors take a lot of inspiration.
It's not that you actually like this movie that Scorsese made. It's that your stupid, feeble, sheep-like brain is programmed to think that it's good. Why can't they all watch Woody Woodpecker like true patricians?
From them, so much so that techniques that were once seen as unique to these directors are now the industry standards when it comes to making movies. What I believe happened is that a lot of these film critics grew up watching movies by Scorsese or Tarantino or Spielberg or Wes Anderson, and so as they got older, the things that they look for in movies are things that remind them of those directors, which just so happen to be the things that are included in a lot of Academy Award-winning...
Yeah, right, and that's why YMS constantly talks about how his favorite director of all time is Michael Haneke, or Hanukkah, or however you pronounce his name. Some guy who most people in chat now have probably not heard of, who makes, like, weirdo European movies where everybody's miserable. Yeah, you know, the highly well-known fucking... Oh, Jesus.
...movies, because a lot
I'm only using YMS as an example here because that's who he used as an example in the last video. If I had to talk about, like, I don't know, again, like, Red Letter Media or something, I don't even think they particularly liked... You know, like, they didn't even talk about The Irishman or whatever the fuck. Like, oftentimes a big new movie will come out and they'll talk, like, about it in their end of the year thing or whatever, or they'll make a joke about, like, hey, do you want to go see Dunkirk? No. Hey, do you want to go see other, like, highly acclaimed movie? No. Or what did you think of this movie? It was okay. You know, that kind of thing. It's like... Not, I don't know what, like, he's just making points that are completely wrong, and I don't know, maybe this man's just learning, like, what life as a human is like, and this is all just really confusing to him, and we just have to give him some time.
People in the Academy grew up with those films as well, and a lot of the filmmakers that make those...
Also, did he say, like...
They look for in... A lot of these film critics grew up watching movies by Scorsese or Tarantino or Spielberg.
Yes, Spielberg, the guy who everybody now agrees makes great movies all the time. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I don't watch a single YouTube film critic person who doesn't have some serious complaints about Steven Spielberg and the way he does movies now. Like, the best that I've heard about Steven Spielberg in the last few years, from the people that I watch, anyway, is like, yeah, I mean, he knows how to make a movie, it's just, they're always kind of the same movie. Bridge of Spies, what a fucking thrilling masterpiece that was. And then he comes along and he makes, like, Ready Player One, and now fucking Ernest Cline is, like, his ward. Is like the Robin to his Batman. Like, yeah, no, not a super great amount of respect still going on for your boy. I mean, I guess respect, but like, what? Like, he's saying, oh yeah, these critics, they just hold up Scorsese, Spielberg, and all these people. No.
Wes Anderson.
Just no.
And so as they got older, the things that they look for in movies are things that remind them of those directors.
Once again, yeah, just like Michael Haneke, yeah, or Bong Joon-ho, or any of those other directors who are just exactly like Steven Spielberg. Yeah, you know, I really enjoyed that part in Old Boy when the old boy phoned home.
Which just so happen to be the things that are included in a lot of Academy Award-winning movies, because a lot of the people in the Academy grew up with those films as well, and a lot of the filmmakers that make those movies were inspired by the people that worked on those classic films as well, whether it be in the storytelling, in the visual style, or even in the casting choices. And while you may not notice these things while you're watching the movie, your brain certainly does.
Okay, and that was a good meme. I gotta give him that. That was a good meme. A little bit of a clap for that meme. I saw it coming, but it was a good meme nonetheless.
The reason why you see a lot of the same types of movies getting all the praise from critics is because a lot of critics just haven't evolved past their love for the filmmaking standards that they grew up with. And that's their thing to come to terms with, and I have no say in that.
Is this, like, chat, what do we think the odds are that this whole video is just him being, like... This whole video is just him, like, well, you know, I really liked The Last Jedi, and fuck you all for being mean. The Last Jedi is really good. You guys are just mean. Oh, wait, that's, that's that other hack.
Because I already broadened my taste just by going to lots of different film festivals. But ultimately, what I fear is that as time goes on and the market becomes more saturated and we have more different types of movies coming out, that these old qualities sticking around in the public's eye will eventually cloud out the ability for new things to come to the forefront and set a new standard of filmmaking genius.
Entirely not true. Again, if you ever watch any of the fucking critics that he alone has used as examples, usually what they want is original shit done well. They're not looking for the same feelings again and again. I don't know, it's just as simple as that. Like, watching these videos from this guy is so frustrating, because almost everything he says, I'm just like, well, no, you're wrong. And, you know, saying that and knowing that he's wrong doesn't make me feel better. It's like, there's such a hollow feeling.
I'll use Suicide Squad as an example for the millionth time until people start appreciating the movie as much as I do.
Okay, okay. Right, okay. No, it's all making so much more sense to me now. Yeah, okay, no. Because I was just sitting here and I was like, chat, what do you think are the now we know. Oh yeah, Suicide Squad, the movie cut by a trailer house. the movie that kept as deleted scenes the entire plot for the movie. Yeah, great film. Yeah.
While I acknowledge that Suicide Squad is not a great film by any stretch of the imagination,
no, but we need to appreciate it more. Cause what was that stupid fucking crap from the last video? It took effort to make, though. The budget was big, or whatever he said. Oh god. Oh, I am losing brain cells, chat.
Squad was probably one of my favorite films of 2016.
Oh, really?
A breath of fresh air from the absolutely done to death Marvel formula.
Oh yeah, chat. Suicide Squad was a real fucking breath of fresh air from the done to death Marvel formula. Cannot think of any movie that Suicide Squad reminds me of. Yeah, certainly cannot think of any movie starring Star-Lord, Gamora, Groot, Rocket Raccoon, and Drax the Destroyer. Cannot think of any movie that all of those characters were in that is basically just what Suicide Squad did, but better. Yeah, I can't think of anything like that. Really.
Now let's imagine for a second that Suicide Squad came out long before the MCU was introduced. It's hard to imagine that people wouldn't respect the film at least a little bit more, since I feel like a lot of the negative backlash that film receives comes from people's insistence on comparing it to the MCU. On an even playing field.
No, you know, the sad thing is that there is some level of weird rivalry. Chat, I've been making comic book references a lot of this stream, and for those of you who haven't been up to date with the menial nonsense of my life, I've been really getting into Marvel comics lately. I've been reading old, I found out about the Marvel Unlimited app, and I've just been reading, like, old Spider-Mans. I started reading 2099. Guys, if you like cyberpunk and superheroes, you gotta check out Spider-Man 2099. But, you know, I've been getting into that, and I haven't really been reading any DC stuff because DC doesn't make their fucking streaming app available in Canada. So, you know, go fuck DC, I guess. But I've been sitting here, like, I've also been watching a lot of videos from this guy called Comic Tropes. And I've been learning a lot about, like, how comics are made and everything. It's really fascinating stuff to me. And this whole time I've been thinking, somewhere in the back of my mind, isn't it weird that there's... cool voice crack. Isn't it weird that there's always been this, like, this perceived, like, rivalry between DC and Marvel? And it's like, why do people... I don't know, Marvel has cool characters, DC has cool characters. It really comes down to the individual comics. I mean, a lot of the same people worked on shit. Like, I'm pretty sure the people that worked on, like, Avengers went on to do the Teen Titans or whatever the fuck. Fucking Frank Miller or whatever, he made a bunch of shit, like, for both. I guess I'm still a little surprised that there is like a level of like rivalry between DC fans and Marvel fans. It's the dumbest fucking shit. It's even dumber than console wars, honestly. And so the fact that there is still some level of that, and there are still some people who are like, well, no, but Marvel movies are bad because they're for babies. DC's better because it's dark and it's more serious. Or the flip side of that, where people just don't like. I don't know. I can't even say that because I was gonna say people just don't like DC movies for whatever reason. But it's like most of the DCEU is terrible. And to get back to this guy's point. Most people don't like Suicide Squad because it sucks. I mean, I don't know what more to say about it. They don't like Suicide Squad because it sucks, because it was a shitty cash grab that tried to cash in on basically what Guardians of the Galaxy did originally. To the point where the sequel, which might as well be called The Suicide Squad: We're Sorry, is just being made by James Gunn. So, what the fuck is this idiot's point? I mean, I'm really trying not to bully stream here, chat, but like, he's basically saying people didn't like the Suicide Squad because it was different, or because they were comparing it to Marvel movies, and I'm like, yeah, okay, there's a couple people out there who are weirdly territorial about like which costumed guy they watch or read or whatever, and that's stupid, but the most of the movies by in the DCEU are bad. And there's a reason that they're bad, and the reason typically is that they just didn't really care. I mean, the Suicide Squad's a little better in a sense because at least it almost feels like a cool idea, but then it was ruined by the studio. So, I mean, it could have been something. I'm sure the guy, what was it, David Ayer or whatever? I'm sure the guy who made it probably had some interesting ideas, but then the fucking studio decided, no, we're gonna just turn this movie into bootleg Guardians featuring Harley Quinn. And I'm just fascinated by this. Like, I knew it was gonna be a movie. I knew all of this had to stem from him being mad at all the critics because they all shit on that one movie that he liked. I figured it was gonna be Star Wars. Safe bet, honestly. It's usually Star Wars with these fucking nerds, but no, it was a movie most people, even Suicide Squad fans, consider like, yeah, it really is a shame that movie turned out like it did. This is the hill you're dying on, dude. Are you kidding?
We're being like Marvel.
I'm sorry for the long break. Let's take a little. Let's go back a little to see the context of why I had to stop everything. I'll try to not go on 20-minute rants, but holy shit.
It's hard to imagine that people wouldn't respect the film at least a little bit more, since I feel like a lot of the negative backlash that film receives comes from people's insistence on comparing it to the MCU.
Yeah, and maybe the reason they do that is because it's such a fucking direct ripoff of Guardians of the Galaxy that the closest thing you can compare it to is, oh yeah, that other movie that basically they stole from. Yeah, there's a reason people are comparing the two.
On an even playing field, where being like Marvel, or being like Scorsese, or being like Spielberg wasn't the golden standard for what was considered a good movie, could Suicide Squad have been to DC what Avengers was to Marvel?
No.
I feel like there's this guideline that is in...
No, it definitely could not have been, because again, Avengers for Marvel was a movie that was led up to by like 4 films or something. I mean, even if you don't want to count fucking the Hulk movie, it at least had like 3 movies before it, counting Iron Man 2, which kind of sucks as a movie, but at least it did establish things about the Avengers. And they just another reason why everybody hates like the DCEU is because they just tried to force everything. No, the Suicide Squad couldn't have been what the Avengers was for DC because that wasn't even the point. They were ripping off Guardians. The one that was supposed to be the Avengers was the Justice League, which had like fucking generously one movie before it. I guess two. Man of Steel has like basically nothing to do with anything that came after it, but whatever, because they just made Man of Steel as one shitty bad movie, and then they decided, wait, why don't we try to tie this shitty movie to other shitty movies? And then we wound up with fucking big business guys in suits being like, oh yeah, see, the new Guardian film, yeah, the Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah, why don't we try to do that? What do we got? What do we got that can compete with Guardians? Well, what do we got? Ah, Suicide Squad. Give us a film about the clown lady with a bat. We're gonna make the Joker appeal to the youths. Oh, it's gonna be great. Like, no, there's a lot of reasons people didn't like this movie. Get off your fucking...
Encouraged by films that are considered to be great, and that iterating on them is such a surefire way of creating the next great film that we don't then go out and try to create something totally different.
Something totally different, like the movie that explicitly just rips off Guardians of the Galaxy to the point where, again, its sequel is being directed by the guy who made Guardians of the Galaxy. Please continue.
That could very well set the new golden standard for filmmaking, because it's proven that critics just won't respond to it as well. A lot of movie critics, especially the ones here on YouTube, will outline certain elements of a movie that they really like, such as good story, good characters, and scenes that convey strong emotion, and then say that these elements are what makes a movie good, as in all good movies have these elements. Now, going...
To be fair, I do kind of agree with the point I think he's starting to make here. Oftentimes, film critics will kind of look at things and they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, all movies have to have this or that, and I feel like that's wrong. I've seen movies with basically paper-thin plot, but they've got good characters or whatever, and, you know, that carries it along. I've seen movies with basically paper-thin plot and shitty characters, but they've got really interesting, unique visuals, and that carries it through. And so, I mean, yeah, to be fair, one more point, was there even one point before? I think I praised him for a good Plinkett meme, but that was it. But one more point in this guy's favor, I guess, is just that, yeah, critics could stand to be a little less like we don't need a "you must be this tall to ride this ride" kind of sign when it comes to movies. Any movie can be made good by any number of things in the movie. It doesn't necessarily need to follow a specific guideline. But I think what those critics tend to be going for when they say, like, oh, you know, this, you know, that every good movie has to have this, they're not really saying every good movie. They're saying this is sort of the guideline. It's kind of like the hero's journey or the monomyth or whatever, where it's like, yeah, not every hero has to have the same, like, path as Luke Skywalker or something, but that's kind of the typical one, and, you know, you can expect to see some variation of that. So I guess that's kind of the thing. I'll give him half a point here.
Back to Suicide Squad again, I can understand why some people don't like Suicide Squad, but what I can't understand...
The acting is bad, the plot's not there, the visuals are shitty, the music just keeps changing every 2 seconds because licensed music is cool and will draw in the kids. Half the movie is just fucking chopped to bits by the fucking literally trailer house that edited the film for release. Yeah, no, there's lots of reasons why people might dislike that film.
Is when people try to say that Suicide Squad is bad because it doesn't have these elements, because it doesn't have the elements that a good movie is supposed to have.
No, at this point, we're just splitting hairs. Like, yeah, the movie sucked. It might not have been for this and this reason. It might have been for this and that reason. But it was still a shit movie. What the fuck?
Now, if your argument was that you felt like Suicide Squad needed these elements and didn't have them, that's perfectly fine.
This is splitting. This is really splitting hairs. This is like the most fucking pedantic, like, oh, you didn't phrase it right. Here's my 2 videos about you.
any film that doesn't have these elements is automatically a bad movie is a bit strange considering all the different ways that a movie can be good. As soon as you start prescribing elements to a film and saying that this is what it takes for a movie to be good, proximity to films that were praised in the years before, then you're going to start to see the industry become very sloppy and samey. And if you are saying that all of these elements need to be included in order for a film to suit your tastes, then you have to acknowledge that your tastes are ultimately bad for the industry.
And you who really liked Suicide Squad, you're the one we should be listening to, right? So I guess the point that he's making is he saw some reviews of Suicide Squad that were like, oh, there's plot holes and this and that, and you know, most movies don't have these problems, and then they'd compare them to other movies that don't have those problems, and he's like, well, no, but movies are evolving, what do you mean? Or something. I'm guessing that's his point. It's a pretty bad one, but...
If too many people are unwilling to expand their tastes, then we're never going to see evolution in this industry. If you try to hold every film to its proximity to another film that you love, then nothing new is ever going to get through to you. And the more that people do this, the more that people like me, who like to make and watch really bizarre content, start to suffer.
You know, I'm going to be real. I thought I was starting to understand him a little bit more. I thought I was starting to understand him a little bit more when he was like, oh, I like really weird things. And I think he's full of shit, actually, because I was thinking, oh yeah, you know, I like some weird stuff too, but then he was like, no, but I like Suicide Squad, though. And now I'm just like, no, okay, you're just a hipster. I mean, you're just a like, yeah, there's a lot of movies out there that don't necessarily follow the same rules as E.T. or whatever, but, I mean, those at least don't have the same problems that, like, Suicide Squad had. I mean, again, to use an example of, like, Branded to Kill, the very strange 60s noir Japanese film from Seijun Suzuki, starring a guy who has a fetish for rice, trying to work his way up through the ranks of, like, a numbered list of assassins. It's basically the plot of No More Heroes, honestly. I mean, that's basically what it is. But, yeah, it's like, it's a weird movie with a bizarre plot. It doesn't have a traditional structure. Like, it doesn't have a traditional Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 structure. A large chunk of the movie is set with this main character handcuffed to the number one assassin so that neither of them can kill each other, and they have to, like, coordinate to take a piss at one point. It's a bizarre film, and you can't compare, like, Suicide Squad to that, because that movie obviously has completely different things that make it interesting and good, but again, like, at least it has those things. Oh my god, am I really responding this seriously to some guy who's just, but I liked Suicide Squad! You guys are just mean!
Most movie critics aren't
alright.
Expanding their taste shows how little they actually care about advancing the medium. Just like how their ignorance in the filmmaking process and their refusal to inform themselves on how that process works shows how little they care about actually advancing the industry rather than just making fun of it for the sake of entertainment. If enough movies aren't being...
I mean, okay, some people really do like to make fun of it for the sake of entertainment, though. What's wrong with that? Why is that a problem? I don't know how many people are seriously looking... I mean, I made the point before that, like, it's fun to look at, you know, like, the Search for the Worst videos by IHE. It's fun to look at those as an example of, like, oh, yeah, maybe don't use this shot. Maybe don't write your characters like this. Maybe don't blah, 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 blah. But they're not really serious film critique. And usually videos that are... I mean, you can tell if a video is just sort of there for, like, hey, you know, we're making fun of some bad, like, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons movie or some shit. Like, you know, we're not really seriously looking at that. We're not deconstructing it. We don't need a fucking, you know, We don't need a video essay about it, but we're just having fun. But again, apparently that's just not allowed.
Release that are to your taste, then all you're gonna do is talk about how lame it is that most movies don't suit your taste. God forbid you go out and actually make your own movie and work towards improving the medium. Oh yeah, fuck being the change that you want to see in the industry.
Oh, we're getting
And
sassy.
while you're at it, fuck expanding your taste so that way you're actually able to...
Okay, except again, you criticized the films that Ralph the Movie Maker made because you didn't like them particularly. The goalposts change so rapidly for this guy, where he's like, yeah, you guys don't even know because you don't make movies. Except for you, but your movie doesn't count because I don't like it.
To appreciate more movies than what you're used to. While I understand where this mentality comes from, I feel like more people should acknowledge that the barrier of taste is a lot more difficult to get around than some would like to admit, and that a movie shouldn't be considered bad just because it doesn't have the same elements as a film that suits the tastes of the general public. The message that I want you to take from this video is to go out and try to expand your taste. Try to appreciate more movies than what you currently do. And if you're just someone that's not interested in doing that, then just don't talk about movies on the internet. Because if you do, I'll make fun of you. I'll make
yeah, we wouldn't want that.
fun of you and your shitty taste. Just watch me.
Oh yeah, we really wouldn't want that. Please, please do. Please make fun of me. You know, this is an open letter to Neo Jesus here. Please make fun of my tastes. Because I do love, I really love looking at his videos on stream. Let's see what else we got here. Do we got anything else here? Anything else good? Oh yeah, more bad reviews of the Ralph the Movie Maker shit. Again, remember, he doesn't count as a critic because he's never made movies, except that he has. I think he, you know, chat. He's got this big wrong under Ralph. King cringe. Loser. I think this man really just doesn't like Ralph the Movie Maker. I think that's it, honestly. And we got like a thing making fun of Quentin here. That's fair. But I think he is just mad that Ralph didn't like a movie that he likes, and so now he has to make these crazy rambling films or rambling reviews about nothing. Oh god. I don't even want to watch any of his other videos. They all look miserable. You know what? Maybe let's watch. You know what? Actually, let's watch the Star Wars sequel trilogy, a retrospective. Let's watch this, because I'm sure this will be great. This one will be fucking... This will be one for the ages. You know, it occurs to me that we're nearly 2 hours into the stream, and I have not actually looked at a bad review of something yet in this stream. So let's rectify that. I can already see the like-to-dislike ratio is good on this one. Let's see what he has to say about the famed, fabulous sequel trilogy. And yes, chat, this video is only 8 minutes, but I can assure you I could probably stretch this next 8 minutes into an hour. Just watch me.
So, here we are, guys, ending the decade with the final film of a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the hype that surrounded it for almost a decade, just like how we started the decade with the final film in a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the hype that was built around it for almost a decade.
Yeah, except for the fact that, I mean, it didn't... Sure, it didn't live up to the hype, but it kind of set its own expectations for hype. It wasn't really the fans' fault that they got excited that Disney just kept fucking showing them shit and being like, oh, this is gonna be in it. Oh, yeah. Disney wanted hype. That's all they wanted. Of course it was overhyped.
Yeah.
That's not the reason they were bad.
And they say that corporate filmmaking and billion-dollar franchises aren't consuming the film industry. Thank God the indie film scene still has a fuckload of creativity, otherwise this entire art form would seem like just as much of a joke as the world of high art.
This banana duct taped to a wall.
Anyway, hi, my name's Neo, and I'm a filmmaker, and here we are approaching the year 2020 and still making sequels to a trilogy that came out over 40 years ago, even though pretty much everyone is in agreement that nothing will ever surpass the original, and there's basically no point in continuing to...
Oh my god. Bad opinion number 1. I don't even know if this is number 1. I think I already made fun of one of his bad opinions already, but there's another one. No, people aren't mad at the fucking sequel trilogy for, oh, they didn't surpass the original. Most people are upset with the sequel trilogy because they set up a bunch of things that could have made for a really interesting story that probably could have surpassed the original. The original trilogy had a lot of fucking problems, not the least of which being Luke and Leia fucking, or at least kissing. But, you know, the sequel, with a little bit of planning, if Disney had actually planned something for the fucking sequel, they could have made something a little better. They had what's his name? Finn, who was like an escaped stormtrooper. We really almost had something there. You could have had him leading an uprising of stormtroopers or something, yada yada yada. Could have even tied it to some kind of fucking slave commentary, whatever. But you just didn't do any of that, and by the end of literally, like, the first movie, he's just killing people, like, going, woo! And it's, like, all just a fun fucking game. The reason people are upset about the sequel trilogy isn't just because, it couldn't have lived up to the original. It's that it could have. It honestly could have. It really isn't that hard to make something that's better than the original Star Wars trilogy. As good as the second and first movie might be, maybe the third one, if you're high. But as fun as the original trilogy might have been, it wouldn't have been that difficult to make something better. And they laid the groundwork for something better, and then they completely fucking botched it. That's why people are upset.
Make any more of these movies, and yet we still keep paying to see them over and over again, and now we're forced to deal with these godforsaken films from now until the end of time. Congratulations, everybody. This shit is your fault. I've said before that Star Wars should have just ended once Lucas called it quits, because without him and his eye for innovation, the series just doesn't really have much of a reason to continue from a filmmaking standpoint. But hey, I'm not gonna talk shit about him selling the franchise to Disney because he made bank because of it, and that's a move that anybody should be able to respect.
Now, is he gonna bring up the fact that Lucas probably sold Star Wars to Disney specifically because of the Red Letter Media videos? Because that would be really funny. Because, I mean, for those of you who don't know, it was pretty shortly after Plinkett stopped making those videos and finished the series on the prequel trilogy. It was pretty quick after that was done that George Lucas was like, yeah, I'm selling Star Wars to Disney because I'm sick of being bullied by internet people. And that was, like, legitimately his reason for it. So, I mean, I don't know what other internet people, you know, prominently made fun of them, but I mean, I don't know. That's an interesting thing to think about. If we didn't have Mr. Plinkett shitting on the Force Awakens or the Phantom Menace or whatever, we probably wouldn't have Disney Star Wars now. Possibly, I don't know. We might have something worse.
I'm not gonna talk shit on Disney either, like the millions of Star Wars fanboys online have, because I feel like they pretty much accomplished what they set out to do, which was make money, and they did. A fuckload of it, to be exact, but all at the sacrifice of creativity and innovation. And this latest film in the series is no exception. This third film, like the two that came before it, were pretty much just your average American popcorn films. Thematically basic, but with a storyline that's easy enough for younger people that aren't as familiar with the franchise to get into, with great performances, intense action sequences, and a nice happy ending that leaves the audience feeling sweet and satisfied. And I wouldn't expect anything different. After all, you can't really take big risks when you're playing with a billion-dollar audience. Well, I mean, you can, but...
I love this. How did I just know that his take on this was gonna be, oh, but it's actually not that bad, though?
Yeah, it's Disney. Come on, they know better. If you're going into this expecting some grand epic finale that ties up all the loose ends and successfully draws the Star Wars cinematic universe to a close, then you're gonna wind up being disappointed. And I feel like that's kind of what happened to this new trilogy as a whole. The same thing with the prequels. People just go into these films expecting way too much, whether it be expecting the new films to recreate the same...
Because way too much was promised to them. You know, again, people wouldn't have even compared it that much to the original if they didn't specifically remake the first movie, basically, in The Force Awakens. And then they established the idea of, oh, this is going to be a continuation and a, like, conclusion to this story. Okay, let's judge it as that. They wouldn't have done it if it was like, oh, this is set 400 years in the future of Star Wars, and it's a whole different new story. and it has all these different new elements, people wouldn't have been able to judge it on the level of the original trilogy, because it wasn't specifically calling attention to that. Again, that's literally only Disney's fault. When you start announcing, oh yeah, guys, the villain from the original trilogy is back, people aren't really out here like, oh yeah, well, you know, I hope this is a good story on its own right. No, they better fucking finish this saga well. They better tie up this story. This is the end of a story now, so that's what people are... Oh, God.
Feeling as the old films, or whether it be people expecting the new characters to be just as well written as the old ones, despite...
That's right, chat member. The Thrawn trilogy is the true sequel trilogy, and it'll be cool to see Disney try to crawl their way back into that happening. Man, that'll be fun. We'll get the secret extra sequel trilogy that happens between the original and the current sequel trilogy, and that'll be the Thrawn trilogy. And that all just happened off screen and nobody mentioned it in the current sequel trilogy. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. And they're going to have a CGI Luke and Leia there. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
The fact that these films are now being written by completely different people. This is where a lot of the criticisms of Rey being a Mary Sue come from, or complaining about the drastic change in Luke's character. And while I do agree that Rey is a Mary Sue...
Well, thank God we can at least agree on that.
I mean, so... Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes her unrealistic as a character, but this is Star Wars. Since when does realism matter? Hermione Granger was a Mary Sue too. She was smart, pretty, heroic, and had next to no character flaws, but everyone still loved.
She also wasn't the main character of that trilogy.
Her. As far as
series.
People criticizing Rian Johnson for what he did to Luke Skywalker, I guarantee you that Rian Johnson had almost no say in the way that Disney wanted Luke to be portrayed throughout these films.
Yeah, I'm sure Rian Johnson had no say in it because he was busy leading the Beach Boys.
Disney had a plan for Luke before Rian Johnson even signed the fucking check. I mean, everyone was complaining about how Luke is like this bitter old man now, and how the Luke Skywalker that we know would never be so callous and neglectful to his responsibilities as a...
Now, that's a whole argument you can have. I'm not out here about to, like, debate Star Wars takes with you people. Personally, I think that the Last Jedi was a bit of a misfire, but honestly, I get the idea, and I think it was coming from a decent place. Basically, the concept of that movie was on a meta level. Yeah, let's try to move away from the past. Let's kill the past and move away from ATSTs and Darth Vader. Let's try to forge a new thing. And then Disney wasn't having any of that. But also that movie just wasn't very good in its own right. So, I mean, criticisms are still valid. My biggest issue, and I think, again, a lot of people's biggest issue with the sequel trilogy was that it wasn't just George Lucas making it up as he went along. It was Disney, with all of the fucking resources in the world, making it up as they went along. And all they needed to do was sit a couple interns down for a couple hours one night, and they would have had a better plan for a sequel trilogy than what actually wound up happening. And it seems to me that either they had no plan, or they just wandered so far the fuck off plan that they might as well not have. You might say that they decided to abandon whatever good they might have had, whatever good plan they might have had, because, you know, we need to focus group this, and oh, this needs to appeal to these people, and blah blah blah. And, you know, after a certain point your plan's fucked because you needed to, you know, do all that. That's probably part of what happened too. But I will say that, I mean, for the most part, the biggest problem I have is just that they seem to have made a first movie, and then the second movie was made by, like, a completely different fucking team of people who did a completely different story, and then the third movie, like, basically awkwardly tried to undo the second one, and it was just a mess. And frankly, to me, it's unforgivable that a company as large as Disney is able to make a mistake that colossal with their biggest fucking property. It's a joke. You might expect that out of something like a Terminator sequel or whatever. But, I mean, again, Disney has all the money to make sure that this doesn't happen. They could have hired the top storyteller talents, the best writers, the best director. They could have got fucking Scorsese to do this. Or some other director that isn't overrated garbage, according to this guy, whatever. But, you know, they could have got all of the best people, and they just wound up making shit. The only thing they wound up doing right was, like, the actors, and that's it. Because somehow those actors managed to carry the awful dialogue and the terrible characters that they're playing. But, yeah, I mean, he's complaining about how, like, oh, you know, this and that. People are mad about this element or that, and it's like, no, the biggest problem with this is they had no fucking plan, and if they did, they threw it out fast.
Legendary Jedi, but, I mean, why? Literally, the events of the first films took place over 40 years ago. You don't think that maybe Luke changed his mind and maybe reevaluated some shit during that long-ass period of time?
No, but I think they probably could have shown what happened a lot better. Or maybe just made that the sequel trilogy, for that matter. Like, honestly, Luke fucking trying to train Kylo Ren and then failing miserably seems way more interesting to me than fucking whatever, Palpatine's granddaughter or whatever. Whatever the fuck happened in this trilogy. Nothing.
At least they gave us a bit of a backstory as to why he's so bitter and indifferent now. They could have just left us in the dark and been like, oh yeah, Luke is just this bitter old guy now that lives on an island and drinks blue milk out of an alien cow tit. Not only that, but they actually draw Luke's story to a pretty successful close in this most recent film, and literally it wouldn't have worked if they had changed anything about his depiction in the previous film. Now, this isn't to say that the movie is...
What are you talking about? Oh, God. The Last Jedi made him out to be a certain way, and then the fucking sequel to it basically just turned that on its face, and, like, Mark Hamill looked into the camera and said, and fuck you personally, Rian Johnson, and then they continued the scene. Like, no, it wasn't a character arc or something. It was literally just, oh boy, people sure didn't like that last one. Let's make sure they like this one, gang.
Flawless. Obviously, there are some critical things that can be said about the film. You could say that putting Palpatine back into the mix was shoehorning, especially since they never really explained why he's alive in the first place.
Oh no, they do in Fortnite.
Did? I would like you to be as well.
I guess we're supposed to assume that because he's so powerful, he's basically become immortal at this point, but yeah, he just kind of shows up out of nowhere, and they really only question it for like half a second before just being like, well, I guess we gotta defeat him now.
And this isn't a small criticism when you're literally saying that the end of this whole trilogy and the thing it's all been building up to is a random surprise returning villain. Like, uh-oh, the Vulture broke out of prison and Spidey's gotta go fight him. Like, what the fuck? This isn't the... and he frames this whole thing like, well, what did you expect? It's like, yeah, no, I didn't expect that they would just bring back the old guy when they set up, like, 3 different villains in the first 2 movies. I really wasn't expecting that. I don't know what to tell you.
Not to mention that if the villain's only purpose in this story is to restore power to the old villain from the previous stories, that's usually a sign that you should, like, write a better villain. I don't know, maybe do something with that Snoke guy, since he was such...
They actually did write an interesting villain. Well, no, they didn't write him, but they set up the possibility for Kylo Ren to sure be interesting. But then Disney realized that the kids... You know, it didn't pull well with the young demographics to have Kylo be a bad guy, so they had to make him hastily become good again, and they had nobody else to be evil, so, I mean, like...
Such a useless nothing burger of a character. You could also argue that Chewie's fake-out death scene was just kind of a pointless fake-out that didn't even last long enough for it to be an actual fake-out. You could say that Rey's relation to Palpatine is kind of pointless and has no bearing on her motives as a character.
Yeah, you could say these things. You could also point out, like, so much more. Like, to his credit, you can't say he's really nitpicking. He's pointing out the most obvious things. But, like, as I watch this footage, I'm just reminded of, oh yeah, remember the fucking stupid part where there's just, like, a 700 billion fucking Star Destroyers that show up? And they're just, like, inexplicably all fully staffed by people? Remember that part? Remember the part where they go to the fucking Burning Man planet for no reason, and then they just happen to stumble into a fucking quicksand pit for no reason that just accidentally leads them to the thing they were looking for no reason? I'm not exaggerating when I say everything about that last movie is kind of shit. There's basically nothing in The Rise of Skywalker that actually worked. The more I think about it, like, every single scene in that movie, if you think about it for more than a couple seconds, you're like, oh yeah, that's really stupid. Oh. And when I went to see the movie, I actually walked out of the theater being like, yeah, you know, Rise of Skywalker was okay. It was like a 6 out of 10. Because I was expecting something on par with, like, Attack of the Clones. But it's actually kind of worse, honestly. Because it's like a boring kind of shitty. It's like it washes over you. It's also mind-numbing. Attack of the Clones is at least like, oh yeah, these backgrounds sure look dumb. Everything looks like a PS2 game. Why is Yoda bouncing off the fucking walls? But in this movie, it was just like, I just went in there and it was like brainwash.
You could say that Rey and Ben's relationship, if you can even call it that, is really out of nowhere and also pointless. You could say a lot of things, really.
Actually, really wasn't out of nowhere. They do kind of set that up, and boy, would it have ever been more interesting if they actually did do a thing where the bad guy and the good guy wind up in love at the end, and they have to, like, I don't know, tragically fight despite their love for each other or something. Boy, that sure would have been cool. Boy, there sure are a lot of cool things that could have happened in the sequel trilogy, and they didn't do any of them.
But in the end, why would you? The bottom line is...
I love this just fucking pointless teenage nihilist bullshit in every one of this guy's videos. Just like, oh, it's your fault. Oh, why would you expect any different? Oh, why would you? Oh, nothing really matters. I'm a little bitch.
Star Wars is a kids movie.
Nothing really matters.
A really big, really expensive, really well done kids movie.
Yeah, it is now. It didn't need to be. That's the point.
Disney is trying to capitalize on marketing this series that is as old as dirt to a younger generation, and kids don't really care about how faithful Luke's adaptation is to the original series, or how dynamic of a character Rey is.
No, but if you... this idiot complained in the last fucking video about how, oh, you film critics on the internet are making movies worse by criticizing them, blah, 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 you're ruining the industry. No, you know who's ruining the industry? This kind of fucking complacency. Who cares? It's just for kids. Yeah, it's just for kids. It doesn't matter that the original trilogy was just infinitely better than this. Not perfect, far from it, but infinitely better than this piece of shit. And kids grew up with that. No, it's fine, though. The kids are stupid. It's fine that the overall quality of kids' entertainment has fucking worsened drastically in the last just 10 years alone. No, bro, it's fine. It's just for kids. It doesn't matter that when I grew up, kids were watching things like The Iron Giant. Nah, it's just for kids. Kids just watch shit on YouTube Kids and fucking Frozen Elsa Cummy's Spider-Man videos on YouTube. It's fine. It's just for kids. That's the complacency. That's the shit that's ruining fucking the industry. You want to talk about some critic whose stupid mindset is ruining things. No, don't strive for garbage. Strive for excellence. Be upset that this movie that is ostensibly for kids, maybe, is not very fucking good, because kids deserve better. When I grew up, I watched The Incredibles, and you know what's great about The Incredibles? Everything. That movie is fucking amazing, and it still holds up now, when I'm like 26 years old, because it's just a good movie, and it doesn't matter that it's for kids. Oh god, this kind of shit pisses me off so much. It's the same as when people complain that YMS, like, oh, you were too hard on that movie for kids. It's like, no. kids movies should be good too. We shouldn't just give them a pass because it's just for kids. The best kids movies are the ones that are great for adults too and have like dimensions. They speak to multiple generations. God damn.
Or how realistic Ben and Ray's relationship is. These films are here to be entertaining to as many people as possible, and they do a pretty good job at that. Now, I'm not saying that since it's made for kids, the quality doesn't matter, because to a certain degree, kids need to be at least infatuated enough to want to go and see the next one, and to want their parents to buy merchandise.
Oh, that's bullshit. No, kids are stupid enough that they can just be marketed to and have some colorful visuals on the screen, and they'll just like it. That's the problem. Kids are stupid enough that that's fine for them, but it doesn't need to be. It's the responsibility of the parents and Disney, to an extent, to not let kids see just trash like this. It's the responsibility of parents to give their kids, like, good shit to watch. And now parents will see Star Wars and they'll just be like, oh yeah, well, I like the Star Wars movies I saw as a kid, because those movies were actually fucking good. And they'll just show them these fucking trash heaps, and the kids are just conditioned to like them because they've got pretty visuals, and because they see fucking Rey everywhere they go on, like, merch, Kylo Ren toilet paper or whatever. It's like, every point he's making is so backwards.
Whatnot. But at the end of the day, before you make your 20-minute long video essay about why Rian Johnson is the worst director ever, or how Daisy Ridley is a horrible protagonist, or whatever the fuck, just remember what these movies are. A bunch of dumb laser battles in space. And arguing about
Yeah, that's what they are. That's not what they needed. They didn't need to be that. That's why people are upset, you fucking troglodyte.
Authenticity and motives of these characters makes just about as much sense as arguing over the authenticity of the characters from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Oh,
and on top of—
Except Diary of a Wimpy Kid is actually a good series that people like that has a lot of merit. I don't know anything about it, but I know that it's a good series that has a lot of shit that people like about it that's actually legitimately well made. Comparing something that's good like that to this fucking corporate abomination is utterly insulting. You should fucking apologize to the guy who made Diary of a Wimpy Kid. And you know, like, it's so reductionist, this whole viewpoint, where it's like, oh, why are you mad that, you know, Amazing Spider-Man 2 is shit? At the end of the day, Spider-Man's just a guy swinging around and, you know, fighting bad guys. Whatever. That's in this movie. It's fine. And it's like, yeah, that certainly is in this movie, except you're ignoring all of the better ones that came out before, where they meant more than that, and they had better, they had themes and depth. Yeah, nobody's saying that Spider-Man 1 by Sam Raimi is the most, like, in-depth film ever. It's not exactly competing with, you know, The Lighthouse, although I really did enjoy Norman Osborn's appearance in that movie. I thought it was a really cool cameo, and I really wasn't expecting that to be a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was weird, but, yeah, I mean, they still had more merit than fucking the sequel trilogy. You know, and it's the same thing with this, where it's like, you can't compare this trash fire from a company to, like, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, a passion project by a guy who poured his heart and soul into those books. What a shitty point.
That it makes the series really unapproachable to people that have never seen Star Wars, because the hype surrounding Star Wars movies is bigger than the movies themselves. My biggest problem with Star Wars has never been the movies, but literally everything else. Okay, that's not fair.
Okay,
look, if you want some loser with too much free time to sit here and give you a long analysis about the Star Wars cinematic universe and how—
You don't get to point at Quentin and call him a loser with too much free time when you're acting like a loser with too much free time. God.
These three films play into it, then you're gonna have to look somewhere else. I will always be unnecessarily harsh to the people that put these films on a pedestal, in the same way that those same people are unnecessarily harsh to the directors of these films when they fail to live up to their ridiculous standards.
It's not a ridiculous standard to expect your fucking trilogy of movies to have a consistent storyline. That is the stupidest part of this video, is this idiot's being like, oh, how dare you hold these movies for kids up to the ridiculous, lofty expectation of Telling a consistent narrative with a beginning, middle, and an end. Having a villain that makes sense. Having themes. Having characters with actual character. Yeah, those are just crazy. Nobody can do that. Come on. Come on. What? You're talking about Disney here, guy. It's not like they have all the resources in the world, don't you know?
But if you want someone to talk about what these films are like from a filmmaking perspective and what kind of impact they have on the industry as a whole, then who better to listen to than someone that actually makes films rather—
Who better to listen to than some dipshit on YouTube with 500 subscribers who makes the worst student films you've ever seen? Chat, we're gonna take a look at his student film before we move on.
Than just talking about them. Overall, I'd say that the new trilogy is still the weakest of the three, simply because George Lucas's creativity and innovation is solely lacking from these newer films, but as a movie, these films are no more offensively average than your typical Marvel film.
Here we go again. The typical Marvel film, nothing in comparison to the glorious original concept that was Suicide Squad. Yeah, the typical Marvel movie. Yeah, just trash, nothing to compare to Suicide Squad, my favorite movie of 2016. Oh, yeah.
Star Wars will never live up to the expectations that have been set by its fan base. But then again, neither did Jurassic World. Neither did The Hobbit. In the age of the internet, it is now easier than ever to let the malformed opinions of people on the internet build up unnecessary—
The malformed opinions. This guy sounds like I did when I made a fucking trip code on 4chan and I called myself Better Than You. And I just derailed a thread about Diddy Kong Racing, and I was like, this is a game for children. None of you understand proper high-quality adult games for intellectuals such as myself. Man, I honestly felt so bad about that. Those homies were just out there trying to talk about Diddy Kong Racing, and I had to shit up their thread. But goddammit, did it ever feel good at the time.
Hype and praise around certain films just as easily as it is for them to pick apart other films and change how the general public sees them. This video, and to a certain extent my entire channel, is my attempt to combat that.
Yeah, in defense of George Lucas, another quality video.
So, if you like what you see, then consider subscribing. I'm always writing, shooting, and editing.
And you wonder why you have 500 subscribers, yeah. Okay, well, I really want to move along, chat, but he's got a short film here. He's also got In Defense of George Lucas. I don't know, do we want to watch In Defense of George Lucas? I feel like that's gonna be another fun one. So people in chat want to see the Clerks review. This does look like, oh boy, this does look like another fucking hot take. What is, that's another good like ratio. I'm not familiar with the movie Clerks, so I don't feel like I'd have much to add to this. But I just, wow, his whole channel is just filled with the worst take. This is legit, like, Cuties guy territory. This is the closest thing that I can think of is Cuties guy, because it's like that's the last time I saw a channel that was this pretentious and just fucking committed to being wrong about everything. What do we think, chat? What should we do? He needs to stop. Is he trashing Garfield? No, I think he's trashing the Quentin Reviews video, which I'm sure is fun, but I'm good on that. Berserker, Citizen Kane. People want to see the student film. I'd like to see some of the George Lucas one, but, maybe I'll watch that on my own time. Maybe we'll even do a part 3 of this stream, because, again, I've got, like, 3 other people I want to look at, and at this rate, I'm probably going to get to at least one of them, but goddamn, I am infatuated with this man's terrible opinions.
My name's Veronica, but most people call me Vicky.
So, chat, let's, once again, this is his short film, and this is what he's holding up as the example of how skilled he is as a filmmaker, while you other plebs have to stand off one side, honestly, while this man shows you how it's done. Move aside, Ralph the Movie Maker, because even though you've made two student films, Those don't count because they're bad, and I've decided that that means that because I don't like them, that they don't count. But also, this guy's student film counts more, so let's watch.
My name's Veronica, but most people call me Vicky. I've been a drug dealer for 4 years now. How I became a drug dealer is actually a proof.
Oh, I'm really enjoying the hiss of the background audio. Sounds like my fan in the background there. It's great.
Pretty funny story. So in my town, there's this huge as fuck mega church that pretty much everyone goes to. There's this one preacher guy there that spends basically every fucking service giving long speeches about how you can improve your life by accepting God into your heart and all that other bullshit. Turns out, he was coked out of his mind. I had a summer job driving the church van to deliver supplies that they needed before each service.
Oh, I'm really enjoying this GIMP fucking font that they added here. Just default GIMP font. You know, again, that you're calling this a short film. I don't know, I guess this counts as a short film. But to me, I mean, maybe I'm spoiled by watching better YouTube videos than anything you've made. Honestly, even Ralph the Movie Maker's fucking, like, skits where he imitates scenes from Mr. Robot or whatever. They wind up, they come across a little more professional than this.
And that's when I found the enormous amount of fucking coke that they had been hiding in the back of the van. I mean, they must have brought in 4 pounds of angel dust every service.
Why are we looking at Ant-Man?
Fucking crazy. I figured that
wonder
with
if you can use Ant-Man in this context. I don't think so.
him being so out of it, I'd be able to steal a few handfuls each time and he wouldn't even notice. Eventually, it got to the point where I made more money selling nose candy than I did driving the fucking Bible van. Yeah, so I used to only sell coke, but now I pretty much sell everything. This shit will make you kill your fucking parents. This shit will make you feel like you're floating. I don't know what this shit does. A lot of people look down on drug dealers and say that we're making their city worse and their fucking neighbors.
This is not... I don't know, what am I supposed to be feeling? Is it funny? What's the intended emotion here? What's the takeaway? Is it tragic? Is it funny? Is she like a... Is it like a black comedy with our twisted, devilish heroine over here? No pun intended.
Crackheads, but like, it's all bullshit, really. I like to think of myself as more of a happiness provider. It is my job to make people happy.
So is this like trying to be like an Office style mockumentary, I guess, about a dealer? Is that what it is? You know, I gotta tell you, Chad, I've been watching the UK Office because I too am a giant hipster. I knew when I started watching it, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be the asshole who hasn't seen the wildly popular US Office that everybody talks about all the time to this day. But I have watched the UK one, and yeah, this ain't it. This is not very
And I'm
good.
definitely the most notorious drug dealer in the area. Fuck that other shit.
She's got the Nostalgia Critic gun prop. Wonderful.
I mean, I'm pretty well known throughout the area. Know all the best places to sell. Like, I used to sell back out in the alley, but the pig cops started fucking hanging out there too often, so now I deal in less obvious places.
No, I like to imagine she's literally talking about the pig cops from Duke Nukem that have the shotguns.
Like the local Dave & Buster's.
What did I tell you about dealing in front of the store?
The real star of the show. Again, Chad, I'm not the only one getting a Mr. Girl and his girlfriend vibe from this duo, am I? Like, I'm not the only one, right?
Hell yeah, what you want?
Also, can we see the cameraman in the door?
As a drug dealer, it's your job to serve the people and keep the profits coming. But even most drug dealers have standards. Like, if you're wearing a fucking Zelda shirt, don't even come up to me. The reason I'm so successful is because I didn't grow up watching Star Wars like a fucking incel. I won't sell to anybody that watches anime. Those people are just fucking narcs by default. Maybe if you stopped watching Naruto, you get some bitches on your dick. You listen to 21 Pilots? What a fucking faggot. Lord knows, I ain't fucking...
Is this satire? What? I don't know, because this sounds like the kind of shit that he would unironically say. Maybe all of his videos are satire. Again, maybe it's a Mr. Girl situation where it's literally just like, oh, I'm I'm on 700 different layers of satire and irony that you just don't get because you're just too small-minded or whatever. Because again, this just sounds like his actual opinions, so I don't know.
Somebody with Sailor Moon as their screensaver. There's a lot of unspoken rules about being a drug dealer. You know, like, don't get high off your own supply. But since I'm such a perfectionist, I try all my shit to make sure they're getting the highest quality product. Name one drug dealer that has their own QC department. You have to give up a lot to be a drug dealer. You know, family life, social life, love life.
Is it tragic now?
It's all about that hustle. Love is fucking fake, bitch. I'm trying to get some dick. And if you get me pregnant, I'ma fucking shoot it. Fucking abortion clinic. Of course,
I get it. It's a funny meme about how tragic it is to be a drug dealer or something. I guess.
I have many other talents and hobbies, like
Oh dear God, we're only slightly over halfway.
I'm not just good at selling drugs. I mean, I'm also really good at pissing blood into a storm drain while hiding from the cops. I never really wanted to be a drug dealer.
She's not your average. She's not like other girls, chat. This girl's damaged. You know, no wonder our boy likes Suicide Squad so much. I could really see this girl with a damaged tattoo on the front of her face.
I wanted to be a dancer. I love dancing in my free time. It really relaxes me.
What is she doing in Cinematic Venom's bedroom?
Drug dealing is dangerous as fuck. That's why I carry a gun with me everywhere I go. So people know I don't fuck around. I mean, fuck.
Wait, hang on.
That's why I carry a gun with me everywhere I go.
Warning, not a toy. Use may cause serious... Okay. I was wondering if that was, like, the opposite of that. It was a warning label that was like, warning, this is a toy. This is not a real gun, but okay.
Go. So people know I don't fuck around. I mean, you have to be tough as nails to work in this field. You like my Charmander? I already got 3 gems. I really don't like to promote.
Okay, now here we can see... Here we can see...
You like my Charmander?
Here we can see the absolute hypocrisy at the nature of this character, where earlier she was complaining about the incels with their Naruto or whatever, but now here she's clearly got a Charmander, or as she pronounces it.
You like my Charmander? Charmander? I already got 3 gems. I really don't like to promote violence. I'ma empty a clip in that bitch. But I do promote self-defense. I feel like my ideas often go unappreciated just because of the work that I do.
It was an airsoft gun, okay.
I feel like Kanye West, you know? Like, I was telling people college was a scam fucking years ago, but just now are they starting to listen. This dropout is making more money than your fucking therapist, bitch. I learned more about economics selling crack than I would have if I got a business degree. College is a money pit. Tell your parents to go fuck themselves. My parents always said I'd be a loser my whole life, and that fucked me up mentally, but now I make more money than both of them so they can suck a dick. My plan for the future is to start a punk band. I've already got a couple names. I like this one, The Piss Babies. This song is dedicated to my 8th grade art teacher that tried to finger me when I was 14. Sometimes I feel a bit silly, you know, a little bit out of my element. I mean, it's not every day you see someone my age.
Again, I'm struggling to try to understand what, like, the context for this is, I guess. Like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like, okay, it's a short film, but it's not. It's kind of just a YouTube video, but even at that, it's not like a funny YouTube skit. It's like, I guess, a satire of a drug dealer. It's not funny, and it's not really emotional, though. So again, what is this? Like, what am I supposed to... It's like I don't know. It's like, it truly is like a parody of itself more than anything. It's like what you'd imagine a shitty hipster student film kind of thing would be. This, like, edgy, fucking nihilistic trash.
Selling these hard drugs and taking such big risks. But I find it best to get into
PSA.
entrepreneurial affairs at an early age.
This is essentially, this guy made a PSA as, like, a short film.
When I die at the age of 27 in a violent shootout with the person that took my gym in Pokemon Go, I want to be remembered as the greatest entrepreneur of all time. I'm basically the fucking Jeff Bezos of selling coke to minors. When I was a baby, my mom kept her Coke in my crib. And here I am, all these years later, still a baby with Coke in her crib.
Mm-hmm. Are we done yet? No? Is there a twist? Oh, starring Acer. Written and directed by Neo G. You know, you might have wanted credit to this one to Alan Smithy, bro. I'm just gonna be real. This one, not your best work, honestly. Oh my god, look at this. Look at the fucking song credits. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. So that's Neo Jesus. Truly one of the most the hardest triers. One of the hardest tryhards I've ever looked at. We're gonna move along, and we're gonna be taking a look at. Let's see here. Well, do I want to do the one that I'm kind of familiar with, or do I want to do the one that I'm? Fuck it. Let's do Chris Chan's brother. So this is Cole Smithy. And, yeah, as I say, this is Chris Chan's brother. For those of you who don't know, this is like his half-brother. I think it's Bob Chandler's son in particular. I don't think it's... I think Barb is not his mom. Or maybe I got that backwards. I think he's Bob's son. But yeah, this is Chris Chan's brother. And, I mean, you know, I'm putting this out here as a lark. For all I know, for all I know, he's a really good film criticizer. And I'll agree with his points, except I will say I don't know, what the fuck are these movies? All these, like, ancient movies. He hasn't uploaded in, like, 7 years, for one thing. So, he's not gonna have anything super recent, but even then, everything he's got here is, like, the newest thing here is, like, Sin City. What the fuck? Oh, is this guy another giant fucking hipster? He only watches, like, movies from the 40s. And there's nothing wrong with movies from the 40s, but boy, this sure is a lot of Gone with the Wind. Okay, well, The Last Picture Show, and I don't know which one of these is like, you know what, Enter the Dragon, sure, good classic Bruce Lee movie. Let's see Chris Chan's brother reviewing the Bruce Lee classic, Enter the Dragon.
The smartest film critic in the world.
Oh my god.
Cole Smithy.
And we're already into it. Okay, we're gonna hope that that's a joke. We're just gonna hope that that's a nice joke, because it sounds like a joke. We're moving along.
Hi, this is Cole Smithy, and your guide to classic cinema. From a historical perspective, Bruce Lee's last movie is a martial arts film of epic proportions.
Concentrate on the finger or you will...
You know, my left ear is really loving this one. I hate it when people say that. That's such an overused fucking YouTube comment-esque thing to say, but I mean, when it's relevant, it's relevant.
Miss all that heavenly glory.
I'm always fascinated by when people are criticizing films or whatever, and yet their production can be so bad in their videos that they'll be like, oh yeah, just leave it as mono on one channel. Let's just leave it so it sounds like a fucking Beatles song. Yeah, this is fine.
Having made his name on American television with scene-stealing performances as Kato on the popular children's program The Green Hornet, Bruce Lee was poised to establish a new kind of movie franchise as a sort of Asian-American James Bond. Lee's lifetime of developing a personal style and philosophy of martial arts called Jeet Kune Do had already made an indelible mark on international cinema audiences with films made under the auspices of Raymond Chow's Golden Harvest Production Studios in Hong Kong. Fist of Fury, Return of the Dragon, and The Chinese Connection became touchstones for a generation of movie audiences and martial arts practitioners and enthusiasts.
I mean, so far this is a fine review. I mean, this is what... I'm not hearing anything that's super wrong or stupid so far.
Although screenwriter Michael Allen's cartoonish script for Enter the Dragon...
And, you know, just keep in mind, this is a half-brother of Chris Chan. Like, this is quite a step up in terms of like video content from a Chandler. So I mean,
and leaves much to be desired. Bruce Lee's contributions to the film's dramatic fight sequences more than compensate for the film's flimsy narrative underpinnings. Lee famously wrote and directed the film's opening fight sequence set in a Shaolin monastery. Keeping with the popular revenge theme of 70s-era cinema, the story establishes Bruce Lee's character, Lee, as a Shaolin student called upon by a British military intelligence agency to infiltrate the island compound of Han, a former Shaolin monk turned evil villain who now heads up a drug smuggling and sex trafficking ring.
Okay, well, I mean, this is just him going through the plot and everything. Again, this seems like a perfectly valid review. People in chat really wanted me to talk about Cole Smithy, but I don't know, he's fine. He doesn't really have anything too interesting to talk about. Let's see him talk about Sin City. I've never seen Sin City, but the review, the ratings here aren't great. I'm just assuming he probably also got like bombarded with fucking A-log type people, like shitting on him because he's vaguely related to someone on the internet that they don't like or whatever. So I mean, I'm not even sure if the like to dislike ratio is something we should take all that seriously, but you know, let's just watch. Again, I've never seen Sin City, so I don't know what he's gonna have to say.
The smartest film critic in the world.
I do know he's the smartest
Cole
film critic in the
Smithy.
world. That much I know.
Hi, this is Cole Smithy and your guide to classic cinema. Sin City is a high-concept tour de force rendering of Frank Miller's wickedly sexy and grotesque graphic novel homage to the hard-boiled noir style of Dashiell Hammett and Mickey Spillane.
Oh, hang on there, fella. I don't need to get copyright struck by the Sin City company.
Use negative imagery with accents of color, especially blood red, to emphasize character traits and show the cartoon action exactly as Miller originally drew it. Frank Miller's participation with Robert Rodriguez in the film's production speaks to the clarity of vision on display. The filmmaker's dynamic use of green screen technology to flesh out the story's urban terrain is stunning. Black and white characters bleed bright white blood from black bullet wounds. This really is eye candy. Mickey Rourke, Bruce Willis, Benicio del Toro, Clive Owen, and Jessica Alba pop from the screen as iconic.
I mean, I don't know, he likes the movie. There's really not much to say about this. It's kind of just a review. I guess a non-B disagrees. He thought it was form over substance, but, you know, again, people wanted me to look at the Cole Smithy channel, but really it's just him, you know, looking at movies. That none of them are particularly, you know, people keep saying to look at his Toy Story 3 review, but I don't see that here. Maybe he has another channel. I don't know, but I mean, he seems fine. Honestly, even in terms of like, if he doesn't like a movie or something, he seems at least like he makes sense and is somewhat put together. So I mean, I'm gonna move along from Cole Smithy because I don't know where he's been for 7 years. Again, his most recent upload was yeah, 7 years ago. So I don't know where he's been for all that time, but. You know, we're just gonna move along, and we're gonna take a look now at oh boy, this is the Blockbuster Buster. People have been asking for this one, and this is essentially like a nostalgia critic type person. I think he was actually on That Guy with the Glasses, so unlike Cinematic Venom, he's not a complete failure at doing what he's trying to do, but apparently most of his videos are pretty bad, so I don't know. I really don't know. Let's take a look. Oh boy, what is this? Oh boy, what the fuck is this? Ash versus Evil Dead, The Darkest Minds. You know, oh god, he's got one with Linkara. And Obscurus Lupa. Oh no, I can't watch that. I don't have enough alcohol left. I can't watch that. Let's see his most popular. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2012. Spectacular Spider-Man. You know, I've been in a Spider-Man mood. What does he have to say about this? For those of you who...
No.
Oh my god, he looks like other Joe. For those of you who missed earlier in the stream, I've been really getting into comics lately. Mostly Marvel stuff. And I've been really enjoying, you know, early Spider-Man as well as, especially 2099. So yeah, let's see what he has to say. This... esteemed critic about Spectacular Spider-Man.
No matter what life brings me, I'll never forget these words. With great power comes great responsibility. And today, I'm gonna use my great power to tell you about one of the absolute greatest shows to ever be based on one of the Marvel properties.
Ow, my ears.
Greetings, fanboys and fangirls. I'm Erod, and I'm the Blockbuster Buster. For years...
Hello, Erod. You know, I don't tend to like to make fun of people's teeth. I've been having some dental problems recently. You know, I gotta go to a dentist and everything. So, I mean, it happens to the best of us, but I mean... Oh, boy. That's unfortunate.
Years I have proclaimed that Spectacular Spider-Man is the greatest Spider-Man adaptation of all time, and today I'm gonna tell you why. Now, for those of you long-term viewers, yes, I did do a Spectacular Spider-Man honest review a few years back. But that was one of my early videos, and the production of which was very rushed, and I always wanted to go back and redo it. And if Spider-Man can get multiple reboots, why not me? Spectacular Spider-Man began as nothing more
because people actually like watching Spider-Man, so...
than an elaborate commercial for the Sony Spider-Man franchise, until animation veterans Victor Cook and Greg Weisman came on board. Both men had worked for Disney for the better part of the 90s, and jumped at the chance to produce a show about their favorite superhero. Before Spectacular Spider-Man, Cook was best known as the director of the majority of the episodes of 101 Dalmatians the series and Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. All the while, Weisman was best known for creating a little show for Disney called Gargoyles. Some of you might have heard of it. FYI, there are quite a few Gargoyles Easter eggs throughout the series, namely Broadway getting a few strategic cameos. But anyway, suffice it to say, Spider-Man was in really good hands. And on top of that, Sony Pictures put very few restrictions on the two creators.
Alright, unfortunately this doesn't seem like it's actually that bad of a
Played
video.
by horror icon Robert
I'm sure this is fine, honestly. He's just kind of going through what it's, you know... I don't know. He's just kind of going through the thing. I guess I'm really just gonna have to watch the video with Linkara, because frankly, I'm watching this video and I'm just like, man, I know I'm missing out by not watching the Linkara video. So let's just get to it. Honestly, let's just get to it. I hate this. So we're like 35 seconds in and nothing of importance has happened. Very cool. You know, we're not worried. We're not too worried here about like retaining the audience or anything. No, that's fine. Ow! 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 Turn down.
Sorry, but I had to stop you.
What is it that possessed all of these idiots on the internet to think any of this was acceptable? Like, I swear to God, it's Cinematic Venom, this genius, fucking, even just Nostalgia Critic, like, what? What made you people think this was fine? You people are fucking you look ridiculous. You should be ashamed.
You like that? This new spell I created when I started dabbling in dark magic.
Oh no.
Got the
Guys, it's the token girl from Cinematic Venom, all grown up.
idea from Captain Marvel. Whatever you shoot me with, I can absorb it, amplify it.
Why does she talk like she's a really bad dominatrix?
And shoot it back.
It sounds like this is her terrible ASMR Dom channel, where she calls us, like, babies or whatever.
At you. How long does it take to make one of your videos? 10 minutes? It would take me 10 days to make one of mine. Not to mention, I'd have to transmit the signal illegally so my fans can watch it. You are a spoiled internet brat. And you don't deserve to be the blockbuster buster.
Oh my god. Chad, I need assistance. This is gonna be a special one. By the way, obviously we're not gonna watch the whole thing, but I sure am happy to see this skit at the very least.
You're not gonna win this time, Erod. Let's move to a more appropriate location. Like what I've done with the place.
Where am I?
A classroom. Where you'll learn your final lesson.
But why did you bring me here?
Because I'm not an idiot. I know how you've beaten those supervillains in the past.
Oh my god.
Right when your power is almost drained, you always pull out some last-minute victory. Through some weapon you have hidden in your base, or by calling out to some of your friends for help. So I took away your options. No powers. No weapons. No friends.
Is this what comic books led to? Is that what the problem was? Was comic books the monologuing supervillains and whatnot? Is that what this is all about? Because that's what it seems like. This is... I don't, people often look at stuff like this and they're like, oh, they're just having fun. It's fine. And it's like, no, it isn't. Let's be honest with ourselves. This isn't acceptable. I don't care if you're just having fun. Stop. I don't care. There's lots of fun things. Play pinball. That's fun. This is bad. Don't do this. Never ever do
The
this.
stage is set. Time to die.
Get away from him, you witch!
And now the quality of the video increases significantly. Now that our shining savior is here. The light bringer himself, everybody. Here to run away from another crime. Oh, Gabe says that it's also Golden Globes Day. I had no idea. Yeah, this is perfect. We get to look at this lady's Golden Globes, and we get to imagine the Golden Globes on this fucking asshole for making this video to begin with.
Well, thank you for...
And also something about films.
coming, pal.
Don't mention it!
Oh, that's a good shot right there. A brief reminder of the scene in the third Nostalgia Critic movie where Linkara rapes the Nostalgia chick. Technically it's a robot, but that happens. Anyways, let's continue.
With you.
Why is she willing to be with... Never mind.
Bitch, let's go.
You can't say bitch, Linkara at +1. You can't say that. That's offensive. You Guys, if Lindsay Ellis hears you say words like that, she's gonna get mad at you. You guys gotta be good allies.
No!
Oh, damn, the Metroid Prime 4 leak is really raising a lot of questions.
So, Lupa, where'd you get the sweet shield?
It's in the trunk of my car.
Now, I'm not the only one who thinks he looks exactly like bootleg fucking Elseworlds Angry Joe, right? Like, this is other universe Angry Joe. This is... Although his profile... Oh, I'm just noticing his profile now. He looks like a cartoon character. What is with this long, flat space between his nose and his mouth? It looks like he was drawn by the Ren and Stimpy guys.
Alright, you two, make yourself useful. Scan the hell out of this place. It's a prototype.
Oh yes, I also watch Doctor Who and know this music and know what a sonic screwdriver is. What a great scene that fills me with laughter. You know, I realize now watching shit like this is why Ready Player One came out. You know, it all comes back to that shitty book with me now. That book is my fucking... It's ingrained in my brain as one of the worst things. And I'm just left to wonder how society could have crumbled to the point where we thought that Ready Player One was a fucking good book that deserved to be a New York Times bestseller. And you know what? Watching these idiots recreate a scene from Doctor Who because, hey, it happened in Doctor Who, and so if we do it here, but it's way shittier and it's a bunch of dorky-looking losers, that'll be comedy, I guess. That's why Ready Player One happened. It's just, hey, that's a thing. I know that. I understood that reference. Good movie. Good book.
Why are we holding our screwdrivers like this? They're scientific instruments, not water pistols.
Does anybody have anything?
Yeah, it was a short-range teleport, which means she's still close by.
Good. Set up an algorithm. See if eventually you can reverse the polarity.
Will do.
So I got a question since I'm here for some reason. Who was that chick with the tune?
That was Una St. James, the first Blockbuster Buster.
Yeah, she... Wait, you watch my show?
Of course, man. Watch mine, don't you?
Yeah, never miss it. Nobody reviews lamps like you do, pal.
Okay, so what does this Uno want?
My power's back. Every time I get angry, she siphons them out. Soon, she's gonna have enough.
No, I'd just like to point out once again, I also used to watch Linkara and some of these people. I used to watch Obscurus Lupa too, back when I was like 16 at the oldest. At the oldest. I think I might have stopped when I was 15, to be honest. So we're talking like 11 years ago at this point. Was the last time I probably unironically watched any of this shit. And yet these people just keep making it, and apparently think it's fine. And they don't need to, like, upgrade or stop being so unbelievably cringe. It's amazing to me that, like, it's been, like a long time since I stopped watching these fucking people, and yet now these people apparently have not, it's the same with Cinematic Venom, honestly. It's just that somehow these people are so much older, and yet they have not picked up any level of self-awareness. It's incredible. That's just incredible.
Energy to pick up my hammer, and then all hope is lost.
Have you tried not getting angry?
And yes, chat member, we did look at Chris Chan's brother. He was fine. In a stunning twist, Chris Chan's brother was the most normal and reasonable thing we've looked at probably ever on this stream. I'm gonna be honest. He was just some guy reviewing movies. He was fine. His audio was kind of shit, but he was from, like, 10 years ago or whatever, so it's fine.
It's not that easy, Linkara. She wants me to review Justice League, which will definitely make me angry. And if I don't review it, she's gonna kill all my friends with missiles.
Bummer.
Wait, what if we all review the movie together? That way we'll all carry the burden and you won't get as angry.
I don't know.
Oh, guys, he's the angry guy on the internet who criticizes things. Ha 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 ha. You know what the biggest insult about that Neo-Jesus fucking shit is? I'm still on that guy. I'm still mad at that guy. The biggest shit about that I hated was that there are a lot of shitty film reviewers out there, but he seemed to go for the ones that are actually respected and liked by people. He didn't talk about fucking people like this guy. Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, you want to shit on film reviewers, go with fucking God. Go make fun of Nostalgia Critic. Fine, great, sure. But, there's so many people out here willing to do shit like this.
Till he can come up with a plan.
This fucking shitty bootleg of AVGN from like 15 years ago. My God.
Oh, I can't say I don't need that help.
I hate to break it to you, man, but you're at a quarter power, and I don't think we're gonna be able to defeat Uno with just my magic gun and Lupa's uniqueness.
Agreed. But Una still made one grave mistake. She left the movie here.
She was in this video.
Oh, I get it.
Get what?
Whenever I touch a DVD, I can acquire the powers and abilities of any of the characters from
Oh, this gets even stupider. Holy shit.
that movie or show.
What, really?
Yeah, and not only that, I can give a copy of said powers to another person. Hell, I gave Link.
Thank you for explaining everything about how dumb this is, actually. Because, like, if we had not watched this video, I might not have truly understood the depths to which, the depths of stupidity that this actually reaches. But, you know, thank you, chat, for... Well, you didn't really do it. I saw this and I was like, oh God, I'm gonna have to watch this video. I don't want to, and I tried not to, but, you know, here we are. And it's a good thing I did.
Our Jedi powers once.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
So, what, he just touches the DVD and then poof, we're superheroes?
Yeah, you see, the Buster Force allows me to...
Stop what you're saying. I'm in.
Right? Everybody grab a shoulder. Well then, let's get dangerous.
Oh my God, this is getting worse. I bet you didn't think when we started this video on how, and it was that bad. I bet you didn't think it would get worse, but here we are.
And I'm Superman. Ah! Okay, this is gonna take some getting used to.
So if I'm Batman and you're Superman, then that must mean that Lupa is...
Cyborg! Oh yeah! Nobody messes with Cyborg. Teen Titans go! Booyah!
Once again, you didn't even think it could get worse after he turned into fucking special needs Superman, but here we are. It gets worse.
Maybe you shouldn't be Cyborg?
Okay, fine, I'll be the girl. Stand back, dweebs!
Wonder Woman! Wonder Woman!
Groovy. Yeah, that was... okay.
Moderately acceptable.
Why are we 8 minutes into this and we haven't actually started the review yet? Jesus Christ. This is the worst.
And then there came a day unlike any other, when the internet's mightiest reviewers found themselves united against a common threat. On that day, they became the Trinity of Awesomeness to review the films that no reviewer should review alone.
You know, we'd actually get there faster if we weren't walking in slow motion.
Lupa!
Oh, ha 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 ha. See, the joke is that they know about the trope that they're... That's what the joke is they know that they laugh!
Greetings, family.
That is one of the highest points of awkwardness of anything on that guy with the glasses. Him like awkwardly shuffling over and going, "It's my show." This strange little man who nobody's ever heard of. The only reason this guy got out of Change the Channel completely unscathed, I'm assuming, is because nobody knows who the fuck he is. Jesus Christ.
Fangirls.
I'm Linkara.
I'm Obscurus Lupa.
And I'm Erod, and I'm the Blockbuster Buster. The Justice League might not have been the first superhero team, but they were the ones that made superhero teams cool.
3 seminal comic book issues jump-started the Silver Age. Showcase number 4, which introduced Barry Allen as the Flash, Showcase number 22, which introduced Hal Jordan as Green Lantern, and Brave and the Bold number 28, which introduced the Justice League.
You know, I'm pretty sure the Avengers was more popular. I don't know. I might be wrong about that, but
Justice League was such a successful comic book series that it prompted the creation of Marvel's Fantastic Four, which in part jump-started the Marvel Silver Age, and inevitably led to the creation of the League's Marvel counterpart, the Avengers.
Now that comic book movies are all the rage and Avengers just so happens to be one of the highest grossing franchises, it was only a matter of time before DC and Warner's pooped out a Justice League movie to capitalize on the current popularity of the genre. And poop they did.
DC Comics and Justice League was the very first...
Now, chat, this is a low-hanging fruit of a review, because again, it's like, this is a bad movie. It's not exactly like we're watching somebody with terrible opinions about, like, the Lord of the Rings franchise or whatever. This is just somebody who also agrees that this is a bad movie. So, I mean, there's nothing too surprising herein, I would imagine. Although, who am I to say? We spent like 8.5 minutes on the stupidest skit I've ever seen. So, I mean, I shouldn't judge too quickly.
First thing that I was a fan of ever since I was 7 years old. So I've pretty much been waiting for a Justice League movie all my life.
And my maturity is severely stunted, so you know it matters to me.
And now, it turns out to be a movie that I have to bust. But I won't have to suffer through it alone.
This is always my favorite part about these stupid fucking internet film reviewers, where they act like anybody cares or wants them to do this shit. And it's like, oh, you know, it's time again for me to put on my Indiana Jones hat of busting films, 'cause busting makes me feel good. Nobody cares, genius. Nobody cares. Just talk about movies, or don't, whatever.
Here we go. So our movie begins with cell phone footage of a couple of kids interviewing Superman. Now, I don't know about you, but I feel like there's something wrong with this scene.
The fact that it's a complete ripoff of the first scene in Spider-Man Homecoming?
But I can't quite put my finger
Oh, right, the CGI upper lip, of
on
course.
it. Linkara, what do you think?
Nope, I see nothing wrong with it at all. Lupa, how about you?
Sorry, boys. All I see is perfection.
With this, we cut to Gotham City, where Batfleck is using a criminal as bait. And why would this criminal attract a parademon?
Fear. I can smell it.
Plot point! Then, just in case this version of Batman didn't come off dumb and reckless enough, his plan was to attract the parademon and then just jump and grab it. First, he endangers a man's life, and now this?
Ugh, cut him some slack. It's an advanced alien life form here.
You know what this is? This is... this is basically just a worse version of the video from, I think it actually was like 10 years ago, where it was like Nostalgia Critic, Spoonie, and Linkara reviewing a movie together. And it was basically exactly like this. They were, all three of them sat in view of the camera, and they'd like go through the thing and they'd do shitty skits and scripted jokes between them, haha. And that was better than this, and that was 10 years ago. And I really don't, I mean, again, you know, people will use the argument of like, oh, but they're just having fun. And it's like, yeah, but it's just so alarming to me that you didn't progress at all in 10 years. Like, you didn't make anything better than that shitty video that doesn't even hold up anymore. Like they're still so dead set on making basically the exact same content that I used to fucking watch 10 years ago from Nostalgia Critic, except now it's worse. And it's more unforgivable, because it's like, how the fuck? You should know better. Better standards have been set for videos like this. And you're out here still not even reaching the level of a shitty Nostalgia Critic video from 10 years ago.
Superman is an advanced alien life form, and he was far better prepared when, you know, he tried to murder him.
You're missing the point of the scene, my dudes.
And what's that?
Well, Batman just caught a demon with his bare hands. That is a bad mother...
Shut your mouth!
Just talk about Batman.
I dig it.
Yeah, a very relevant Shaft reference in this Justice League video? Why are they referencing Shaft? What the fuck was that?
So after a pointless tussle, Batfleck does what he should have done from the beginning.
Mindless.
And captures the parademon in a net.
This review is the Justice League of internet reviews.
But before he can interrogate him, the parademon self-destructs, leaving him a handy-dandy clue to the main villain's ultimate plan. 3 squares? Who are the villains? The blockheads?
What?
You know, the blockheads. From Gumby? He can do almost anything all the time. God damn it, I'm old. So we cut to Keystone.
You know, keep in mind, that was scripted. You know, like, obviously the joke was that was, haha, stupid reference, nobody cares about, haha, the joke is I'm not funny, I get it, yeah, the easiest form of comedy, I understand. Once again, you're not David Brent out here, but, just keep in mind, like, that would have been... This would probably, like... Here's the thing, watching this would legitimately be better if it was just unscripted. That's the takeaway I have from this. I mean, say what you will about Linkara or any of these people, but I absolutely believe that this would be less obnoxious if they didn't script in these awful jokes. If they just talked about the fucking movie, it would be so much better than this, like, heavily scripted... Fucking, okay guys, rehearse your shitty jokes. Oh, you gotta get the timing right on that one. We gotta hit the Shaft reference on point there. Come on, let's try that again from the top.
City, where a group of random bad guys are robbing a bank.
Well, they should have brought more guns, a tank, and a battleship, because this bank is guarded by Wonder Woman. Take this and that, one of these. Well, you got bullets? Well, I have bracelets, mother lover. You got a bomb too? Well, I eat bombs for breakfast, son. Oh, snap!
Yeah, why is she talking like an 80s, like, blaxploitation trope? Why is she talking like an old comic issue of Luke Cage? Which, by the way, also check out Luke Cage. His comic is fucking wild. It's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know why she's talking like a fucking blaxploitation stereotype. I figured that was just the Shaft reference, but she just keeps talking like that. I feel like that's a little bit racist, Lupa, but okay.
Say it with me now.
That was awesome. So we cut to a remote village in Iceland, where Batfleck, the dark loner who generally trusts no one, tries to recruit Aquaman to help him fight the parademons and the mystery villain.
This is how you know this grumpy old man is apparently the world's greatest detective. Oh, who could Aquaman be? This mysterious stranger with the weird milky eyes who's totally built like a brick house?
I don't know what's more infuriating, that Aquaman's being portrayed as a frat boy, or that he openly keeps referring to Bruce as Batman.
You do it dressed like a bat, like an actual bat.
Come on, these people live in the middle of nowhere. They probably don't know who Bruce Wayne is, let alone Batman.
Plus, they're probably distracted by their...
Chat member, I won't stand for that. This is my part where I become a good male feminist ally. Someone in chat is like, watching female YouTubers until we laugh. I know of a number of funny female YouTubers. Don't compare Obscurus Lupa to people with actual talent.
Impromptu gravelly voice contest.
There are enemies coming from far.
And keep in mind, Obscurus Lupa is the fucking best part of this trio right now. So let's not even shit on her too hard. She's not very funny, but none of them are, and at least she's the least obnoxious so far.
Far away. You should get out. I'm also Batman.
I'm the Green Arrow.
Wear a mask. Sound like that. I don't see. Yes, one, I could go deeper.
No, we're good, thank you.
Down here.
It's fine.
Okay.
So we cut to Themyscira, where we discover that the blockheads are not behind the alien invasion, as the squares in the drawing that the parademon left behind are actually 3 mother boxes, meaning that the villain behind this plot is from Apocalypse. And oh my god, it's going to be Darkseid?
Actually, no.
Oh jeez. Who is it gonna be?
Steppenwolf.
What?
Who? Exactly.
You know, this is another thing where I just keep coming back to that idiot Neo Jesus. This is my new fucking nemesis, my arch nemesis now. Every time I watch something now, I'm gonna come back to his stupid opinions on film criticism or movies in general, and I'm just thinking about him talking about Justice League. He'd probably be like, well, yeah, they used this shitty, terrible villain that nobody cares about, and they botched the, the stuff that actually could have been okay in this movie. But what did you expect? It's just a stupid superhero movie for kids. Oh god. Oh god. New arch nemesis. I can't...
Millennia in exile.
I'm just thinking about it because I'm like, man, this movie was destined to be shit, but at the same time... you could have at least made it be Darkseid, Like, it could have been shit, but it could have at least had the main guy people care about as the bad guy that nobody cares about. But they didn't even get that right. It's incredible. Steppenwolf, everybody.
At last, you call me home.
Holy fartsickles! I've seen better CGI in video game cutscenes, and that is no joke. I would never joke about video game cutscenes.
That's especially sad when you stop to consider how expensive...
Okay, maybe she's not the least obnoxious person here. I think I'm gonna round this off pretty soon, because... I'm gonna pinch this loaf fairly soon, because we've got like another fucking 25-minute terrible skit at the end here, so... Let's get to this. Oh jeez.
Enough bullshit for today. I don't know how you two did it, but he's managed to keep a shred of his power. You two need to die, and he needs to keep reviewing until I get what I want.
Wall beans.
People in chat are saying they should have used Granny Goodness for the villain for Justice League. You're not even wrong. Granny Goodness was one of the main villains in season 10 of Smallville. And I am fucking not in any way joking when I say that is a much better realization of the Darkseid, like, Apocalypse takeover plot. Season 10 of Smallville puts the Justice League Hollywood movie to shame.
Give me your best shot.
Lupa.
And Granny Goodness was one of the best parts of it, actually.
On the count of 3, slam your bracelets together. 1, 2, 3!
Is this what it's like for you guys all the time? Yeah. I thought you just reviewed comics and movies and stuff.
That too.
Sometimes I look at Power Rangers.
All real accomplished people. They should all feel good about themselves.
I must admit, I'm impressed by your friend's loyalty.
No, I gotta say, we're talking shit about Linkara and this other guy now, but like imagine whenever Linkara has his like midlife crisis and he looks back on all this and he's like, oh my god, I've done nothing of value. This is all just stupid shit that's embarrassing to even people that are like under the age of 20. This is embarrassing to people who are under the legal drinking age. What the fuck have I done with my life? And he'll start trying to make like legit art. That's gonna be incredible. Lightbringer 2. I can't wait.
Ready to die at a moment's notice? Too bad you didn't have more friends to call for help.
Gee, I wish I would have thought of that. Oh wait, I did.
Oh my god, we got Rose Tico and Gwyneth Paltrow here. Great.
How? I've monitored all communication with them.
Not all communication.
Little Miss Gamer warned us just...
Is this supposed to be Gwyneth Paltrow or something? Because she's got the Iron Man. She's also missing her teeth. Who the fuck is this lady?
time.
Yeah, we got out of the way before the missiles hit. But there was no
And then there's the foreign exchange girl who can't speak English. Very cool.
stopping the missiles. Once the coordinates were programmed in...
Una, you may have missiles, but we have Dr. Effect.
Lady, I'm a mad scientist. I've been reprogramming missiles since I was in kindergarten, and I just reprogrammed
Who the fuck is this incel?
them to hit a different target. Ooh, you're gonna love this.
Go help Linkara.
These videos aren't even made for children. That's the real sad part. They're not even meant for kids. You can't even use the argument that fucking Neo Jesus used, where it's like, oh, it's just for kids. It's fine that it sucks. Because it's like, no. These are meant for them. They make these for them. Absolutely disgusting.
This is your last chance to surrender, Una.
No! Glad we're on the same page.
Can you get on a dental plan, maybe?
Alright, boys and girls. Let's show this prehistoric bitch how we do things downtown.
This is gonna hurt.
You know, there was a certain charm to these stupid ass fucking... Yeah, let's watch this. Let's pause on this lady's, like, gap tooth here. There's a certain charm to these videos when they were coming out in, like, 2009. You know, back in the day when you saw AVGN fucking suiting up in the NES gamer outfit to fight Robot Satan or whatever that video was, like, you know, that was dumb, but at least it's got a level of, like, yeah, you know, this was interesting for its time. At the very least. This is sad. This is just pathetic that they're making this now. Like, when did this come out? 2 years ago? This is pathetic. Again, like, even early Nostalgia Critic, it was fine. Like, oh yeah, he had some, like, effects or whatever. They weren't great, but, you know, it was just one guy doing them. And it was kind of like, oh yeah, you know, you tried. You did something kind of cool for whatever, the time that it was, but this came out in 2019. And it's just like, no fucking... I wouldn't even be surprised if he hasn't updated fucking Premiere since 2010. This is so shite. This is embarrassing.
Kara! High five!
No, chat member, AVGN doesn't necessarily do better effects. I would say that he does now, but I would also say that even back in the day, he didn't necessarily do better effects, but it was better to watch them, because it was like, okay, well, that's the best you can do. for fucking 2006 when the Simon's Quest review came out. You know what I mean? But this is 2019. Not only should these people have known better than to do this, but they should have at least done it better. This is so pathetic.
Who else wants some? I'll take a piece. No! No! You shouldn't win!
This just keeps going, Chad. Do we even want to keep watching this? This just goes for another fucking, like, 10 minutes almost. Do we really want to keep watching this? I'm gonna leave it up to you. Would we like to move on this wonderful pause frame? Find out next time! The main thing were the reviews and not the skits. I mean, yeah, that's true. The stupid skits in an AVGN video were like, oh, they went over and above to really drive home this cool review. I mean, the review was fun, but they even put in the effort to make this interesting video. This interesting, like, physical segment where they pretend to fight and everything. This is just so self-indulgent, alright? Everybody wants to move on, so you can just fill in the blanks mentally of what happens for the rest of this fucking terrible video, but yeah, that's Blockbuster Buster, and thank you, chat, for suggesting him, because that was really quite something. I guess the final thing that I'd like to end the stream on, and really I should just end it here, but I have this, and, you know, I have no, I don't have enough for a third stream, a third part, at least not yet, but I do want to cover this one last channel, and this is one I mentioned last time. At the very beginning of the last stream, I mentioned this. This is Confused Matthew, and if you haven't heard of Confused Matthew, basically he's like an old-timey, like, YouTube review guy, and he was around in like 2008 or something. This is like a re-upload of all of his shit. And so, evidently the story goes that YMS, Adam, was like watching videos and video reviews, and he came across this guy, Confused Matthew, and he was like, this is so bad and stupid that if this guy can command an audience that watches him, so can I. And so, essentially, out of spite, Your Movie Sucks was born, because this guy's channel was so stupid and bad. And now that we're all caught up, we go to the most popular here. Oh, this is the most popular. I want to see the Lion King video. That's the real classic that YMS was so mad at. Apparently this guy hates the Lion King. So that's really cool. But you know, why don't we take a look? I can find all the other Lion King 2 and 1.5 and everything, but let's take a look at his Marvel video, because he also hates Marvel, of course. No, I'm not out here. I've been talking a lot about comics and stuff. And I'm not out here about to be like, oh, but the Marvel movies are so great. I think some of them are really good and some of them are pretty forgettable. But, you know, at the very least, Marvel has managed to put out like fucking 20 movies or something that have all been, at the very least, watchable. They have not made a single Catwoman or, like, Daredevil 2003. Or a fucking misstep on par with the DCEU. And, so, I mean, I think there's some level of absolutely criticize Marvel to an extent, but they've done something that's at least respectable. And that's what I'll say about that. All their movies aren't great, but, you know, especially if you're a comic fan and you actually are into that niche, which I never really was. I was a fan of, like, superhero media, but I never read comics. Nowadays, I'm reading comics, and I'm like, man, this is making me appreciate these movies more, and all the attention to detail that they put in, and even, like, you know, like, the Spider-Man Homecoming movie even goes so far as to, like, characterize people that haven't been in Spider-Man since the original couple comics. Like, fucking, I don't know, Liz the girl from the first movie. She's actually in the comics. I don't think she's there for long, but she's like the Mary Jane before Mary Jane. And so I always felt with Homecoming like, oh, wow, yeah, why don't they have Mary Jane in this movie? That's weird. Who's this Liz girl? Why is she here? And it's like, oh, this is just a complete reference to the original Mary Jane before Mary Jane. Like, okay, I understand it. I get the picture. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not like the biggest Marvel fan, so I'm not out here to like, no, you're wrong though. Marvel's great. Everything they do is great. But I do have some respect for them and what they've managed to accomplish. Let's watch confused Matthew shit on them.
You're wasting your life making shit! Nobody cares! These movies are terrible!
Oh, did I watch this last time? I think I might have watched this last time now, because I remember seeing this clip. What? Did I watch this last time? I got really drunk in the last stream. From all I remember, I watched Cinematic Venom and Neo Jesus and not this. I think I started watching this, but I stopped for some reason. Matthew's Marvel Madness. Uh-huh. My Marvel Studios sucks ass.
That's too many S's. That's too many. That's not even like aesthetically pleasing to say. You got like studio sucks ass. That's actually really hard to say unless you're a snake. And wouldn't it be Marvel Studios suck ass because they're like one thing? I don't know. I guess I could say like Marvel Studios sucks penis, but I don't know. That might be kind of offensive. Let's just move on. So I've had the idea for this video in the works for a long time. Some of the script for this actually...
Now, so far, chat, I will say this. That whole segment wasn't very funny. But at least it wasn't as bad as... fucking... At least it wasn't as bad as, like, a 5-minute Erod sketch.
Showed up in the preamble to my Guardians of the Galaxy review because it's been lying around for so long. But now finally seems the time to just sit down and let this all go. Just to say all of my piece on the issue in one fell swoop and just get it all out of my system. Because everyone already knows how I feel about this shitty, unrestrained, cash-sucking studio of absolute shit, but nobody really seems to understand why. So here, in one concise...
we're all just so fascinated by why. Please let us know.
This video is why. Confused Matthew has never been anything more than something that I do for fun. I don't count myself among the talents that actually do this as a real production.
Oh yeah, I did watch some of this because I remember this part. The talents like Nostalgia Critic, right? Yeah, go on. How much of this did I watch? Because it couldn't have been a lot of it. How much did I watch? This is surprising to me, because I seem to remember having this on the docket, but I didn't actually watch it. I'll have to review the footage when I'm doing part 2, but, I mean, or rather, when I'm doing the clips for the original one and part 2, but let's watch.
Or within a unified strategy, I just turn the mic on and talk about whatever I think is interesting. It started with Back to the Future Part 2 and The Lion King because those were two universally successful films that I didn't like very much, so it seemed the most interesting subjects for me to tackle. Later on, this kind of became the unspoken theme for my main reviews, although not for any reasons that I planned. You know, talking about movies that everybody liked but me for one reason or another. The problem...
Because you're so special, right?
The problem with that as a prime concept is that there actually aren't very many successful films that I feel that way about. A lot of the movies that I've reviewed, for good or for bad, either had mixed receptions in the first place, were requested reviews...
Yeah, mixed reception like Kill Bill, one of the most widely respected and loved action movies of all time. Yeah, mixed reception. You know, audiences aren't sure what to think.
Or popular demand reviews. In fact, most of the big reviews I've done have been films that people didn't like in the first place. I would wager that there are really only 3 films that fall into the extreme minority of opinion category. Back to the Future Part 2, The Lion King, and 2001: A Space Odyssey. This is likely why those are my 3...
Oh, he didn't like 2001 as well. Oh boy. You know what? I think actually... We might move off of this video, because I kind of want to see any one of these 3.
All-time most controversial reviews. So honestly, this idea that I disagree with the majority most of the time is not very well founded. In fact, rarely do I find myself having a view that differs that much from the majority. So, as a concept, I'd say that the idea that I would continue to review films that everybody loved but me wasn't something that really worked out so well. But then Marvel came along, and they gave me perhaps the greatest gift or curse that someone like me can be bestowed. They gave me a whole fucking universe to despise. Ah, the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
A whole universe to despise. Tons of movies that employ people and entertain people with actual plots that are legit and are not. I mean, they're never amazing. They're never like fucking incredible. I mean, I would say WandaVision's pretty amazing. It's doing some pretty fucking interesting, unique shit. But like, I don't know. Having such vitriol over movies that, again, are at worst average, like passable. Maybe that's why you don't like them, because they're just fine at worst? Do we really want movies that are like the fucking 2003 Ben Affleck Daredevil movie? Do we want that? I would rather have a couple Thor 2s than have a Catwoman, no matter how funny it is. You know, as... I don't know, as in terms of actual, like, films that are quality, I'd rather have good movies than bad movies. Why are you so mad? It's only movie.
What a blood-sucking, rancid, horrible waste of time, money, and attention. It may seem weird that I'm essentially doing a Confused Matthew review for an entire film studio rather than a film, but they really have left me no choice. It's not just that these films are bad. They are. But the biggest problem is that they're also lorded over by an unrestrained whore giant of a studio that continues to shill them out. And that is actually more relevant than just talking about the films. Now, in fairness, people have made one defense of what Marvel is doing that I can kind of see. They've pointed out that they actually are doing something that no one has ever done before. Instead of just making franchises, they have tied multiple franchises together into the same universe. Now, I would argue that they do this poorly and sloppily and at the expense of the films they're actually making. I would also argue that...
I mean, yes, on occasion there's movies that have not necessarily needed the the cinematic universe thing. But a lot of the time, especially now that it's really come into its own, that's been a really interesting element, actually. And it's brought one of the more interesting things about comic books to the big screen in a way that's captured a lot of people's attention. Sure, yeah, having, like, whatever, Black Widow in Iron Man 2, well, like, yeah, I guess she's not that interesting, she doesn't really need to be there, but, like, having the Hulk show up in Thor Ragnarok basically makes that movie in a lot of the way. Having Iron Man be a part of the whole Spider-Man Home series. Now there's going to be a third one. You know, that's what that fucking movie is about. That's what those three movies, I mean 2 now, but probably the third one as well. That's what they're about, is the character of Spider-Man, you know, homecoming into the Avengers, into this whole universe of shit. He's coming home, so to speak. And it's pretty interesting what they've done. It's not like high cinema or anything, but again, there's never really been anything like it before in quite this way. And again, yes, sometimes, you know, you have like some not very interesting stuff, like, I don't know, the fact that fucking Vulture, talking about Spider-Man, the fact that Michael Keaton's Vulture character is apparently going to show up in the Sony-made Morbius film that fucking nobody wants. Especially because it's from Sony. But, like, yeah, there's a couple times like that, or basically anything on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show. But then there's times where it's really interesting, and it's done in a very unique way that, again, I gotta give them some praise for. To be fair to Confused Matthew, when this video was made, I'm guessing this was probably before, like, the Infinity Wars or whatever, but again, I mean, knowing what I know about the Marvel Cinematic Universe now, it's like, How much shit can we really give to the studio that managed to make a film about like 40 main characters be pretty good? If, you know, at the very least, comprehensible and fairly entertaining. Like, that takes skill. That's not nothing. And, I don't know, just this blind hatred of them because, I don't know, superheroes boring or whatever is kind of immature, honestly.
People have done this before. They were called movie serials, which only existed because they barely had television yet, so a lot of these had to be serialized, and as soon as they could do this kind of shit faster and more efficiently on television, and didn't need to wait years for the next installment that may or may not be good, they stopped doing this, and to do something like this again would be literally taking us back to the cinematic dark ages.
Yeah, let's not do anything like serialized storytelling. Oh wait, what's Netflix and pretty much most things people watch now? Uh-oh, I forgot about that. Now again, this was a few years ago, but even whenever he referenced Guardians of the Galaxy, that was like 2014. So I mean, House of Cards was a thing by then. Netflix was a thing by then. There was a lot of decent long-form Breaking Bads and The Wires and whatnot. So I don't even know what point he's making. He's complaining about serialized storytelling being outdated, I guess. Even though it's been proven that if anything, it's a better format of telling a story. Because it just allows for more detail and more long-form, I don't know, more interest, in a sense. It's a very bizarre complaint, but okay.
But I do have to say that at the core, this is correct. There was no modern precedent for doing something like this, and that in a way was kind of a risk this studio took that actually paid off. I just think it resulted in shallow, knowingly bad films that extort money from the general public.
Extort money from the general public. Really. I mean, again, the Incredible Hulk movie may not have been the greatest, but you went to the fucking theater expecting to see the Hulk smashing things, and that's what you got. So how is that extorting money from the general public? It's not on the same level as Star Wars, where it's like they sold you 2 movies of a trilogy on the idea of like, oh yeah, all this stuff, and then they just randomly give you fucking Palpatine at the end. Like, yeah, okay, I could call that extorting the public. Fucking tricking people. In the classic Jay Bowman quote from the Nerd Crew, just trick them. Just trick them. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, even the worst Marvel movie, you pretty much know what you're getting when you go in. And I always hear, he mentioned earlier, and by the way, chat, we're not going to be just ranting about this constantly. I'm probably going to end the stream fairly soon. This is just kind of dumb, and I'm having fun. But he mentioned earlier, like, oh, you know, that's a risk that they took, blah, blah, blah. One thing I often hear about Marvel is that they never take risks. The Guardians of the Galaxy was a pretty huge risk. Nobody fucking ever heard of those people before that movie came out, and even after it came out, a lot of people, myself included, were like, what the fuck is this? Who are these people? Why did they make this into a movie? And they did that, and it was really successful for them. So, I don't know, again, like, WandaVision is a weird thing that is a bit of a risk, you know? They could have just made another superhero thing, but instead they made this, like, deconstruction of sitcoms and the television viewing experience, this meta commentary about shit. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm hearing a lot of these arguments about like, oh, they don't take risks, the movies are blah blah blah, and I'm like, this is just really not true. I mean, again, not all Marvel movies are great, but like Captain Marvel, fucking garbage, but you pretty much knew what you were getting when you went in, at the very least. I can't say they've tricked us with anything yet. They haven't tried to sell a movie on shit that's not in it. They haven't tried to, like, gussy up the trailers or whatever. I don't know.
Really original, though. I recently reviewed Guardians of the Galaxy, and in that review I touched upon why I feel that way in the preamble, but honestly, I almost have to hand it to that movie. It actually didn't do anything in the way of extending the cinematic universe brand. It didn't make mention to any of the other, and I use this term loosely, movies. It was its...
Oh, this guy's the real MVP. He doesn't consider feature-length productions that cost a lot of money and made a lot of people happy movies. Oh, that's some real film criticism right there. Also, the Guardians of the Galaxy actually very much did advance things for the overall story of those movies. It's just that it did it in a very clever and interesting way that wasn't so in your face. So, in other words, completely disputes the thing you're saying. I guess at this point, when the first one came out, I guess they didn't really know that a lot of the stuff in that movie was, like, setting things up for, you know, Thanos and whatnot, the Krees and Skrulls and all that shit. I guess at the time you could think that, but that's part of what made it good, was that those were all little elements that they were establishing for later, so that when, you know, they make the inevitable movie about the Kree-Skrull War or whatever, you know, they're gonna wind up, oh, I know that. I know this group from this movie, and I know that group from... Okay. And that's the point.
Own self-contained film.
Yeah.
I actually do have to give it credit for that. Guardians of the Galaxy is one of the only Marvel movies that I cannot criticize for being a commercial for something else. It is one of the only Marvel movies that I can actually criticize simply for being absolutely terrible.
Oh yes, absolutely. This fun, awesome fantasy movie that a lot of people liked, just absolutely terrible. Nothing of merit here. Garbage. Garbage. My opinion's right. Your opinion is stupid!
Not joking, that actually is an improvement for this studio. Guardians of the Galaxy was written and directed by James Gunn, an award-winning director and the writer of such cinematic masterpieces as Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo 2: Monsters Unleashed, and by award-winning director, I mean he won not one, but 2 Razzie Awards for Worst Director and Worst Screenplay.
Boy, we're really out here, we're really out here trying to stir some shit. So I don't really know that much about James Gunn. I remember the film Super was fucking incredible. It was a movie that I hated when I first saw it, because when I saw it, I was a teenager, and I was like, but this is stupid! That's not what superheroes do! This is dumb! Because I didn't get it. But yeah, it's a good movie. I'm possibly a little too smart for this guy. I'm gonna be honest. This guy might not be on the level of James Gunn. I don't know.
2 Razzie Awards.
I might want to try watching the live-action Cat in the Hat.
This is what Marvel Studios considers talent. Now, typically...
obviously, this random YouTuber is, again, more talented and more worthy of judgment of that talent than... You know, the awkward thing, too, is, like, you know, we're at the other side of the spectrum where... You know, where that Neo Jesus guy was like, oh, you can't dislike so-and-so because it's highly acclaimed, blah, blah, blah. But, I don't know, you gotta have better points than just, yeah, but you suck, though. But you're bad. You're not talented. You're bad. Like, give me some actual criticism.
I will not respond to comments or responses for my videos because I don't think that's my place. I've said my piece in my videos and everyone else is free to say theirs. But just keep this in the back of your minds for the rest of time. Whenever
that you're right and everybody else is stupid.
Whenever anyone defends this studio, defends these films, defends Marvel as being anything but a shitty cash-sucking scam of a film studio, just infer that I have responded with a mere 3 words. 2 Razzie Awards.
Okay. Let me just... See, now you got me. Hang on. I gotta... Just let me... James Gunn. And we're gonna take a look at that. And, so we got, let's see. Oh, wow, Super actually only has a 50% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's wild. Yeah, I guess a lot of people are too stupid for James Gunn. That's incredible. Yeah, I'm just going through his list of movies here. And I mean, a lot of them are pretty highly acclaimed. So, I mean, some of them aren't good, but not everybody makes incredible things all the time. I don't know. I don't know what his point is that, oh, this guy they hired, he made a bad movie once or something. You know, I think we're gonna call it here. We watched some of Confused Matthew. We've been going for a while. I could keep going through this video and maybe watch more of his shit, but, you know, I'm good. To what end? You know, really? Like, to what end? I look at his shit and I'm just like, I don't know, most of the things you're saying are just really smug and shitty and stupid. So, I mean, honestly, to what end? Why would I continue? You know, the point's been made. Maybe another time we might look at some more of his terrible opinions. We'll look at how he apparently dislikes The Lion King because he doesn't understand The Lion King. I remember watching that clip where he just completely misinterprets things. That was pretty cool. But, yeah, we might watch some more of that. For now, I'm going to be doing some super chats and things. I think we're going to wind down the stream here. And, get some music going. There you go. Let's see here. $20 from Hunter Valentine. It's no sex weirdo stream, but I'll cringe nonetheless. That's what really matters anyway. Yeah, you know, that's what it's all about. 300 ISK from Snack. Just got home from great date and am very happy. Smiley face. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you have another good day with that person. $2 from Lemon. Hey, Papa Claw, it's my birthday. I love your vids. Well, thank you, Lemon. Try not to be too sour. $5 from Megan O'Callahan. Oh, and happy birthday, Lemon. $5 from Megan O'Callahan. Sick time to do some labs while listening to Clawdaddy go off about some stupid jabronis. And then there's some praying emojis. I don't know what labs is. Probably something smarter than I'm qualified to talk about. Some chemistry shit. You're about to be the next Spider-Man, so I mean, you go off, really. But thank you. $5 from Gabuko Mitsukiva. Glad to be watching another stream. I'm moving across the country tomorrow, so anything to distract me from the now helps. Thanks, Bear. Well, you're welcome. I'm also I wish I was moving across the country, because at least then I'd have some place I was going that wasn't this apartment. Oh god. For those of you who don't know, I've been trying to move for a while, and it's tough going. Bad rental market. It's not a great rental market, and I don't have wonderful credit or anything, so it's certainly a fun time to be alive. The pain is a mutual one, I assure you. $2 from Celluloid Shot McChicken. I disagree. $5 from Michelle Arkham. We got some Japanese characters here that I can't read because I have not studied Japanese in like a year. I was learning. I actually do remember some of these characters, but I don't remember what they mean. So I apologize. It's probably something really simple that I should know. $2 from Ty Dog. Did you hear that Assigned Mail's author is a nonce? Ooh, nice. I'll have to look into that. Speaking of nonces, as I said earlier in the stream, we've got a returning supervillain. Everybody's favorite rat-themed villain is coming to play. He's been unmasked, and might want to stick around. Possibly tomorrow night for that stream. No promises, but sometime soon. Maybe we'll add an extra knots to that patrol. 5 pounds from Kelpie. I was meaning to donate my first paycheck, but I slept through all the streams up till now. Have some of my wage cage cash. Well, you know, I like to imagine that you've slept through like a year's worth of streams, and this is the first one you got. Damn, dude. Change that schedule, but thank you. $5 from Lemon. Love your vids, Papa Claw. Could I get a happy birthday? I mean, I think I already did happy birthday, Lemon, but I mean, you know, just cause you're, you know, you're good. Oh, well, happy birthday. $2 from Austin Kane. Thoughts on Mr. Enter, Confused Matthew Quinton review. I love this super chat. It's just an attempt at 3 different names, but they're all kind of smushed together. I mean, Mr. Enter's whatever. I used to watch some of his videos when I was like hard up for reviews of shit. And I don't know. I saw somebody making fun of Family Guy, and I was like, yeah, okay, fine. And he seemed kind of lazy and shitty, and I didn't really care for his work. But people really hate him, and I don't get that either. So I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't know. I'm sure he's a horrible person that I should hate, but I don't know. Confused Matthew, I think he's, based on what I've seen of him, he's an idiot. Straight up, he's just a bit of an idiot. He's an idiot with an overinflated ego who, you know, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect of internet reviewers, where they just assume that the reason everybody else thinks that they're wrong about their terrible opinions is because they're smarter than everyone. They don't immediately assume that it might be because they have less comprehension than the average person. But 10 pounds from Freedom Crusher. Oh, as for Quentin reviews, get ready for the Quinton-nnnnnnnnnn, where we look at the Quentin reviews content next side by side with quartering content, and we make fun. That's gonna be good, because they're basically like high rule and low rule equivalents to one another, so that'll be great. 10 pounds from Freedom Crusher. Deadwing is a generic fantasy character. I am. I'm the hook hand guy. You've seen me before. I used to be the king of Atlantis for a short period. 5 pounds from Space Doot Boy. Love your streams. Also, do you have a playlist for all this music on stream, or just your tastes? I do. It's called Deadwing's Jabroni Music. It's on my playlists thing. I don't know. Some of the songs have probably been taken down because music is illegal in our cyberpunk dystopian future, but yeah, it's there. 5 pounds from Mr. Trigger. Hi, Claw. Please can you look at Cole Smithy, aka the half-brother of Christian. Again, Cole Smithy is possibly the least lol-cowish person I've looked at. His videos are just some guy reviewing movies. There's nothing weird or bad about them, except some of the quality's a little bad, but like, whatever. $5 from Calm BS. This guy is like a great value Cat Icarus. Oh, Cinematic Venom? Yes. He really truly is. I also felt that way. I don't know if I said that last time, but I did say that when I first watched his videos with my friends. Great value Catty, that's for sure. $2 from Evil Betty. La la whoopsie boy. I'm using that. Thanks, Claudad. Well, I mean, a prancing oopsie wawa. Well, now I got it wrong. Wawa. Wawa, Ontario. La la boy. $5 from Azana Maddox. I just got some spending cash. I won't be able to stick around, but I hope you and everyone here has a great stream, Claw. Oh yeah, I've taken 20 years off of my life by screaming at people today. It's great. Thank you. $2 from Maggie Giles. Paul Joseph Watson voice. Imagine my shock. You know, that's how I feel every time I fight the Shocker in any video game. $5 from Roxy Plays. You have the kind of voice that makes me want to call you mommy and feed you tendies and ketchup while you stream. I don't think that's how that works. I think the mommy feeds the... I mean, I guess it can be how that works. Thank you, I guess. I'm just confused by that one. Usually the mommy feeds the tendies. You wouldn't be calling me Mommy. I guess if I, like, worked a long day, the kid wants to feed his mommy tendies. I guess that makes sense. That's a nice kid. 666 from FHDS HDSJH. Good name, really rolls off the tongue. My first time giving money to a channel. I mostly just download your old streams and listen to them at work. Good luck reading my name. Well, you can't say that when your name is just a bunch of letters. I mean, thank you, but enjoy the downloads, friend. $5 from Vlak. What's up, Dead Wings of Redemption? Back at it again with the stream I see. Look here, listen! I'm at work and this is giving me life. Thanks, Dork. Oh, you're welcome. I hope you have fun, and you know, appearing online does not stop. Appearing offline does not stop it. Fuck that up. $5 from a warm toilet seat. Now that's a good name. Is the guy with the sunglasses supposed to be the cool one when you were watching Cinematic Venom? If you read it at the end. Yeah, no, it's like I said. That's the '90s Image Comics character of Cinematic Venom's lineup. It's like the Punisher. So. Yeah, it's the cool Edge Master. $2 from Maggie Giles, Goth Nostalgia Chick. She ate Nostalgia Chick, maybe. $2 from Marco R. Hi, Papa Claw. Have you seen Carts of Darkness? I don't know what that is, but I don't think I have. It sounds interesting. Is that like game carts or like shopping carts? Either or, honestly. $5 from Leo the Bum Tickler. This stream is very horrible. It is. It truly is. I'm a bad guy. $10 from Glenn Lusk. Your streams are totally tubular, Claw. Love your music tastes. Wishing you all the best. Well, thank you. I wish the best for you as well, and I hope you had fun today. $5 from JP Fan 1989. First time on live stream. Deadwing should do more porn acting vids. Oh, I remember that stream. That one didn't do well in terms of viewers. I always feel it's a mixed feeling when I do streams or whatever, because I'll do something and I'm like, oh man, I had a lot of fun doing this, but it didn't get a lot of viewers. But I don't know if I want to necessarily just care. Like, I don't really care if something doesn't get a lot of views, but I also want to do stuff that I guess a lot of people are, you know, wanting to see. I guess I want to entertain as many people as possible, in a sense. I don't want to, like, waste people's time with stuff that not as many people like, I guess is the neurotic thing that's going on in my head, but yeah, I could see myself doing more porn acting vids. That was a fun stream. I think I kind of did all of them last time, though. All the big ones, anyway. $2 from Mary McGregor. How much would it cost for you to wear his merch? You know, after Corona ends and I go to the furry convention that I promised so long ago on my Patreon, which is gonna happen. The only reason it hasn't happened yet is Corona. But whenever that's not a problem, I'm going to that furry convention that you fuckers paid for. And after that, we'll think about we'll think about another Patreon incentive. We'll do 3,000 a month. I drape myself in merch of all of my least favorite YouTubers. It'll be great. $5 from Son of Angron. This guy is the worst thing we Brits have made since concentration camps and John Oliver. Aw, don't be so hard on yourself. Don't forget about that other dipshit who rides around in the car. Rags dunking on him must have made him particularly salty. Oh, Cinematic Venom, yeah, well, I don't know, I still haven't watched the EFAP stream. I'm probably going to at some point. $10 from Carry On Storm. Too busy to stick around. Hope you are doing well, Claw. Penis, with a little underscore in the middle. Gotta get around Susan somehow, and yeah, I am doing well, Penis. I hope you're doing good, Penis, as well. $5 from Rox Bobo. Hochi Mochi! Moshi Bosh. $2 from Ross T. Toggle the Rat got outed. His YouTube is Exit Mouse. Chat member, come on. You can't give away the farm before I do my stream. But, yeah, stick around. That'll be the next coming days, probably. $2 from Spencer LaBelle, Steve Terraberry Light. Man, unrelated, slightly related, because Steve Terraberry did like a crossover thing with Dragon Force. And if you guys don't, if you have any interest in power metal or even just guitar, you gotta check out Dragon Force's YouTube channel, because whatever you have to say about the band, they actually are a pretty talented, fun band. And I know it used to be like a meme to shit on them or whatever, but they're a pretty fun band. And watching Herman Lee and Sam Totman just kind of like they'll make shitty parody songs for bands like Nightwish or whatever in like 10 minutes, and they'll have the chat, the stream chat go along with them. It's a lot of fun. If you're into like guitar stuff at all, I strongly recommend the Dragon Force YouTube channel, because those guys have some fun. I enjoy when there's a really good video from them actually where Herman Lee was looking at the video of, what's her name, Phoebe Bridgers, like smashing that guitar on SNL. Apparently a bunch of people got mad at her because breaking a guitar is white privilege. That's where we are now. This is the future, and you people asked for this with your fucking trigger warnings, unironically. But yeah, he was looking at that and he was like, "Man, this is stupid. This is just a lady rocking out. What's the problem? This is why rock music isn't fun anymore, because anytime you do anything fun, people get mad at you for the dumbest fucking reasons." So, yeah, I recommend the Dragon Force channel. Buck from Hubby and Wifey Gaming, thank you. $5 from Chuck Campbell. Hey Claw, not sure if you played the song I suggested last time you streamed. Fell asleep. Regardless, I hope that $12 bought you some good booze. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what song it was, but I'm pretty stuck to my own stuff. Like, even sometimes when it's like, oh, this would be a good funny meme song to open this stream, I kind of just prefer playing songs that I like. I don't know. I'm just an idiot, but I do appreciate that. $5 from Ammon Metfees. Oh god. I just got on the stream, and what do I see? The pretentious, tiny little femboy himself. Thanks, I hate it, Callfather. Yeah, no, I told people we were doing a part 2. Funny thing about that, he advertised that video with that fucking, that thumbnail that was like, I hate everything, and Plinkett with their eyes, like, blacked out with a censor bar. And the only reference to Plinkett in that video was fucking the you didn't notice it, but your brain did. Meme, which maybe means he likes Red Letter Media? I really don't know, but he kept using them as like almost an example in the last video, so it leads me to wonder if he's just like afraid of mentioning them, which would be really hilarious, because he fucking should be. $5 from Simon Simons. Neo's Minecraft character's face is extremely punchable. Yeah, in Minecraft, I definitely agree. I would hit that character in Minecraft with a Minecraft shovel multiple times in Minecraft. $5 from Jenna Fryer. I love how much you love Red Letter Media. I'm in Len Kabaczynski movies now, thanks to RLM. RLM for life. I'm guessing you mean you're getting into watching them and not you're in the movies, but if you are in the movies, congrats. If not, I don't know. That's not really my thing, but I mean, Len Kabaczynski seems like a fun guy, and he's always fun when he shows up in the RLM videos, so I do like him. $5 from Ammon Metfees. Sinadoki Doki Literature Club. Yeah. Reminder, Sinadoki, New York. The classic film, as spoken to us by Neo Jesus. $5 from Fire Moon Alice 31. Even the nerds would give him swirlies when he was in high school. Oh yes. Yes indeed. $5 from Chinese Bong Water Torture. I got here late, so I don't know if it's been said, but this guy looks like Anthony from Smosh. Somebody said he looked like Link from Rhett and Link. He looks like a few people. I'm fond of the person who said that he looked like, oh god, who was it? What was the one? I missed it. Somebody had a good... Oh yeah, Steve Terryberry Light. That was the one. He does look like him. I agree with that guy. $2 from Spencer LaBelle. That was the guy who said that before. My dad farted seconds before I sent this. Well, you know, thank you for keeping us up to date. That was important. $5 from Ammon Metfi's Neo Jesus is the type of flat brain to unironically think Hitler was justified, and Geen had good taste in furniture, and that Griffith did nothing wrong. Oh no, he'd shit on you for your enjoyment of pleb tier anime like Berserk. He would be more into, like, I don't know, season 2 of Promised Neverland or some shit. $5 from Takara's Asylum. It's my birthday tomorrow. Loved your channel for years. You know, it really has been years. Thank you for saying that. I can't believe people can now say they've watched me for years, but it's been at least 2. Loved your channel for years. Far too shy for Discord. Thanks for the laughs and content, my guy. Well, thank you. I will say our Discord's a very welcoming place, sometimes to a fault. Sometimes I'm left wondering how certain people wound up in my Discord, and I'm like, really? You watch me? With the kind of shit you're saying in the politics chat? Okay. Go, you know, do what you want, I guess. Welcome. We welcome everybody, but if you act like an idiot, we might make fun of you. But, you know, for the most part, it's a very, very welcoming place. So do feel free to join sometime if you wish. $5 from Filthy Casual. But let me talk about context. Context is DC saw what MCU was raking in and wanted a piece of that. Yeah, that's the context for the entire DCEU, frankly. I mean, we really don't need more context than that. $100 from Marcus Brock. No message, but thank you very much, Marcus Brock. The big bucks from your boy. Thank you. $2 from Mr. Strider. This dude evokes the pure essence of Reddit. Yeah. Another 69 from Marcus Brock. Love your content. P.S. You sound like Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon. Is that the main guy? Because I've heard I look like him before. But thank you. I'll assume that's a compliment. Thank you. And thank you very much for the donation. $2 from Ira Reifson. As an autist, the pedantry has to be autism. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't been a V regular for like almost 10 years. Like, it's been a while at this point. Actually, it hasn't been that long. It's been like 6 years. I haven't been a V regular for like 6 years. But that being said, sometimes I see something and I'm just like, yeah, this is autism. But people won't let me say that because that's like a slur now, or something. You can't make jokes like that anymore. Add that to the list. But yeah, sometimes you see it and you're just like, yeah, there really is no other argument. There's no other explanation for this. This guy's probably just autistic and maybe we should stop making fun of him. But, you know, I like to hold everybody to the standard of what they put out there, at least. I don't know. €5 from Katrina X. You're so funny. Oh, thank you. You're so vain. You probably think the super chat is about you. Thank you very much. $10 from Marcus Brock. I love the Michael Bay Transformers movies and hate Thor Ragnarok. Yeah, I have bad taste in movies. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty bad. I don't particularly like Thor Ragnarok. I only saw like half of it. I might like it more now. I wasn't interested at the time, but then I never really cared about Thor or the Hulk that much, to be honest. But yeah, Michael Bay Transformers movies. Not good. I can understand if you enjoy them for whatever reason. Don't let me stop you there. I never want to stop somebody from enjoying something, at least if they recognize that something is bad and maybe why it's bad also. And then I'll be okay. And then I won't have my eye twitching for 6 hours wondering why they have the wrong opinion. But, you know, that's fine. $2 from Evil Betty. Go watch Kabuki Star Wars. Oh, I'm busy with Turkish Star Wars later, but I'll check that out. It sounds fun. $5 from JP Fan 1989. Once again, maybe biased, I know, but if they did something like Jurassic World, which gave fans what they wanted and the trilogy actually had a plan in place. Jurassic World's pretty bad too, but I mean, I would say it's, from what I've seen of it anyway, it's at least better put together. At least the two films fit together a little better than Star Wars. So yeah, I don't know. They were gonna have that guy, Colin Trevorrow, write the third movie, and it did actually look better than what we got. It had a lot of stupid problems in its own way, like trying to make Rey and Poe a thing. Like the least likely selection of ships to happen. Like less likely than fucking Poe and Finn. But he tried to make that a thing. I don't know. That was stupid. But the rest of his script was actually, yeah, okay. More interesting than what we got. $2 from Evil Hero Diamond Cat. Any plans on going on to EFAP? Also, Neo Jesus sucks. I have no plans for anything, honestly. I have plans to move. And, you know, the problem with me is, I don't know, I haven't looked at Twitter in a long time, and I know sometimes people might try to send me a message or something on Twitter. I just don't use my Twitter anymore because it's depressing. I feel worse when I look at Twitter. Even just the interface at this point, it's a Pavlovian response, and I just feel depressed. So I don't want to invite that back into my life. I'm thinking about just deleting my Twitter entirely, honestly, but don't, you know, no longer give people the idea that I'm even gonna be on there. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. So basically what I'm saying is sometimes people might try to get in touch with me through Twitter, because they have before. Not EFAP, but like YouTubers have, you know, reached out to me through my DMs, and I just never check my Twitter anymore. So I guess if you're a YouTuber watching this and you want to hit me up, send me an email, probably is the best option. But, yeah, I don't know. I'd consider it, except that they go for like 9 hours, and I don't have that kind of stamina. $10 from Arch Yoda 7. The expectations aren't that high. People defend the prequel trilogy. Good idea, bad execution. Just make okay movies, that's it. Yeah, I mean, the prequel trilogy, I hate to be that guy, but yeah, it certainly does look a lot better in comparison to the sequels. Because, I mean, at the very least, it had original ideas. And it did some of them okay. And the prequels led to a lot of really good stuff that aren't the movies. Like the fucking, I don't know, Battlefront games, or, you know, a bunch of other stuff. It expanded the universe in a way that, again, it didn't help the movies particularly, but it's good for Star Wars as a universe. So, yeah, I mean, the prequels are better in that way, certainly, than the sequels, that's for sure. $5 from Filthy Casual. Came in here as soon as she plagiarized GTA 5. Took me 2 minutes to format a comment Susan approves of. Fuck this platform and B on yo D and lol. I don't know what the B part is. Bitch on yo dick? I don't know. Plagiarized GTA 5? Oh, the girl in the shitty dealer video. Yeah, that was awful. I wouldn't say it was a plagiarism, though. It's just awful. This is a $5 from Maggie Giles. This is a 13-year-old girl wrote a Wattpad fanfic of a drug dealer and then made it a script. And that 13-year-old girl's name was Neo Jesus. $5 from Silly Palm. Boy, I'm glad that I could join in a live stream. I hadn't expected to actually need the sake that I bought today, or that I brought to work today. Oof. We'll try not to get too hammered on the job. You're not Tony Stark here. But yeah, I can see needing alcohol. I didn't have enough, honestly, for this stream. I could have used more. $5 from Simon Simons. Late, so I'm still on the Star Wars bit. The first 2 movies were okay, the rest sucked, and most expanded content sucked. Star Wars just isn't good. Well, that's not true. That's just an incorrect opinion. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, I guess a lot of the expanded universe stuff was bad, but you know, there's always more shit than the few really good shining diamonds in the rough, you know what I mean? Like, of course there's more bad than there necessarily is good, but the good that is there is really interesting. Especially like Knights of the Old Republic, and mostly games, honestly. Star Wars has been better for video games than it has for movies. It has an infinitely better track record as video games. But also some of the books are pretty good too, so I don't know, I wouldn't say that. I would say that it's got more bad movies than it has good ones. There's been like a fucking 90% shit ratio of Star Wars movies at this point. It's wild. $5 from Arbiter365. Bland edginess with no point. I can see why he likes Suicide Squad. Yeah, you're joking, but you're not joking. $10 from M and Metfees. Ah yes, the pinnacle of filmmaking. Nasally girl swears a lot, hates anime, and complains about everything. Step aside, Tony Stark. Step aside, Guts. This is the real deepest, most complex protagonist. Okay, well, Tony Stark is not the most deep, complex protagonist. He's interesting. He is more deep than people give those movies credit for. That's another thing about that shitty Confused Matthew video, is like, let's completely disregard the really interesting character arcs that happen over the course of, like, multiple movies. That's not, no, none of that matters. It's fine. They're all just scams. Big budget scams. What a fucking moron. $5 from Destiny is Lucid. Josh, you owe me a new hair crimper. You said you loved me, and then you left me standing in the rain. I'm kicking you out, and the dog stays with me. Oh, damn. Somebody's really mad at Burger Andy. $10 from Joshua Dillon. Neo Troglodyte is the ultimate example of being a contrarian to appease a need to be seen as a special snowflake. Also, he needs to keep his opinions away from Clerks. He has nothing on Kevin Smith. I've heard some argument about if Kevin Smith is really any good, but yeah, I don't know. Clerks is a pretty beloved film. I'm sure he's ready to call it shit because of the dumbest fucking reasons, but I've never seen Clerks, so I wasn't qualified to watch his video making fun of Clerks, is my thinking there. $2 from Filthy Casual, the Blockbuster Buster, those laser pistol JPEGs too. I mean, yeah. That's the level. It's like sub 2010 reviewer. It's like worse than the average from back then. $10 from Marcus Brock. Deadwing Dork, please say this is Burke. There's like a comma between this and is. This is Burke. I don't know how you want me to say it. $5 from Marcus Brock. Not my proudest wank. Listen, she's that lady from the Blockbuster video. She was like a future Lady Dimitrescu cosplayer, so I mean, at least we understand it. $5 from Mr. Skittles Maniac 1. Oh god, oh man, missed 2 hours of the stream. Last stream was quite a ride. Love me a good drunk claw stream. Well, again, you know, the reason I've been waiting to do this second part of the stream was because I wanted to have both parts done before I did the clips of Cinematic Venom and Neo Jesus. So tomorrow I'm probably going to put up, if not tomorrow, then soon, I'm going to put up clips of those two, and it's going to feature stuff from the first stream and the second stream today, so it's going to be a nice little complete package. I'm going to magically jump from being incredibly fucking blackout drunk to being just slightly drunk on part 2. It's going to be great. $5 from Squibbleable. Is humanity worth it? I don't know. Every time I look at TikTok, I feel like the answer is no. $2 from Mr. Skittles Maniac 1. Just noticed BB Buster sounds like Toggle Lamau. Funny reference to Toggle there. Funny you should bring him up. Once again, stick around for the next couple streams. We might see some interesting stuff. Let's see, $2 from Nick Rustyson, or Russ Tyson, I don't know. Would Animat count for this stream? Oh, Animat, yeah, I know him. Maybe for a part 3. I'm familiar with Animat. He's really not that entertaining to watch, even though he is a bit of a... He's a bit cringy, but he's not as bad as like what we've watched now, so I feel like it wouldn't be on par, really. $5 from Thomas Radcliffe. These reviewers lack self-awareness and talent for what they do. They really do. It's surprising that they just... I don't know, maybe this is what they think they should be making. It's weird. It's very strange that people that are much older than me have not realized how sad the videos they're making are. I just feel so I just feel so depressed watching Linkara do anything, honestly. $5 from Peyton Chappelle, more shekels. Well, thank you. $5 from Internet Nobody. You're into weird prog rock. What are your thoughts on Yamantaka / Sonic Titan, if you listen? I've never heard of that, but, you know, sounds weird in Japanese, which I'm always down for. $10 from Silly Palm. What the hell, I just got my paycheck. Glad to have made my first live stream, and you, Dead Wing, could totally play a badass Baru Lars in a Star Wars flick. Aunt Beru? You really think I could pull off Aunt Beru? Damn. You're flattering me, chat members. You know, first it was the comparison to the How I Met Your Dragon or whatever. How to Get Away with Murdering Your Dragon or whatever that movie's called. And now it's Aunt Beru, so I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. $3.50 from Hellraiser. Has anyone ever been as decided to even go look more like? That is the real question. That's the timeless question that no reviewer for The Conduit on the Wii could ever answer, truly. $2 from Khalil Young. Check out Wendy Vanity, aka Mad Cat Lady. Thank me later. Oh, I know about Mad Cat Lady. Meow, meow, I am a cat. She's great. I looked at her like a year ago or something. She was pretty fun. Good suggestion, though. $5 from Hunter Valentine. I've been having a bad day, but I always look forward to your stream. Thanks, Clawman. Well, you know, I look forward to, I look forward when I do a stream to being able to be there for people having bad days, I guess. That sounds a little dumb, but, I know every time I stream, someone's like, man, this has been a shitty week, and I'm just like, you know, it sucks that your week is bad or your day is bad, but you know, if I can be there to compare your lives to other people's and feel better about yourselves, well then, you know, that's a public service, honestly, and I'm happy to provide. But yeah, I am glad to hear you enjoyed. $2 from the Snurchmeister. You are my favorite bear, Papa. Oh, thank you. I'm not a very huggable one. Don't get a plushie of me. It smells like whiskey. You don't want that. $5 from Emily McCready. Missed your stream tonight, but I fell asleep with YouTube auto playing and woke up in the middle of Trash Fetish stream playing. I still haven't healed. Oh, is that the one where the people are like in the bags filled with custard or whatever? Yeah, I remember that. I still had more Trash Fetish stuff to look at after that. Maybe I ought to do a part 2 to that someday. I don't know. It was a good stream. Finally, $5 from One Man Show. You know, you're watching a cringy YouTube reviewer video when you're looking over your shoulder more than when you watch porn. Yeah, I mean, you can explain Mia Khalifa. You can't explain Linkara. That's an explanation. That's a conversation that no man should have with his wife. So that'll do it for the stream. Thank you everybody for stopping by. We're gonna end here on what's a good song? Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Why don't we do I'm just trying to find a good ending song. You know what? We'll end it on this one. Take it easy, chat. Oh, and penis.
doesn't mean I'll never let you know. Each time I turn inside, when I fully grow outside you, I won't let you fall in love. You know it grows over me, you won't let me drown inside. Singing let's be around to keep me quiet. Singing let's be around to keep me quiet. Wanna please stay close to me, carry through your ecstasy.